Madam President, I rise today to talk about the threats to America's security and our Republican effort to fight back. On New Year's Day, 14 Americans were killed in a heartbreaking, deadly act of terrorism. Dozens of our fellow Americans were seriously injured as well in the carnage. These are people that were just celebrating the new year. Their attacker was a terrorist. He flew an ISIS flag. It was off the back of his truck. And as a result of the terrorist attack, he destroyed families, destabilized a community, and broke the hearts of so many, many Americans. The shock of this attack is matched only by the urgency of the message that it sends to our country. And the message is this: it is time to restore America's security and America's strength. Lives depend upon it. Well, to keep America safe, we need to refocus our government on the priorities that matter to the people of this nation. And we've seen this in real time in terms of the danger of the distorted priorities of the last administration. Their priorities were a wide-open border, a woke Pentagon leader, a weaponized and distracted FBI, a feckless foreign policy, and, of course, a weak president. The current president's absence of leadership has made America and the world less safe. In 4 short years, our enemies have been emboldened. They've grown stronger, they're more aggressive, and they're more dangerous. America once worked to deny terrorists a safe haven. Now the terrorist strongholds are back. Today, terrorists control Afghanistan. They control parts of Syria. They attack American troops from bases in Yemen. And this is only part of it. Today we face a serious security situation right here inside the United States. The New Orleans terrorists appear to have been radicalized while here in America. Over the past 4 years, over 300 individuals on the terror watch list, our own nation's terror watch list, they've crossed into our country boldly and illegally. Those 300, they're just the ones that we know about. We also know that Iran, the world's #1 state sponsor of terrorism, is actively funding anti-Jewish protests on our college campuses. President Biden did nothing. Instead of showing strength, he kept our borders open and continued to ignore Iran's aggression. Weakness in the White House put us here. Returning to strength will help lead us out. In 13 days, our weak and wavering president will be replaced by a president who is respected for strength and for boldness. We have seen failure up close. Americans will now get a very good look at what strong leadership looks like once again. President Trump and Senate Republicans will act for Americans' safety. The Senate is going to work to confirm President Trump's strong nominees through a fair and speedy process. It's important for the president to have his national security team in place as quickly as possible. Especially right now, personnel is policy, and President Trump's team is ready to act. The president's nominees are not a return to business as usual. No, not at all. They are motivated, they are skilled, they are committed to the safety and security of every American. Our national security depends on confirming them. The New Orleans attack proves it. To my colleagues, I would remind each and every one of them that the Senate's power of advice and consent is no excuse to delay and deny or to try to search and destroy. Last month, a sleeping woman in New York City was set on fire in the subway. She died. Her killer was an illegal immigrant. He was deported under President Trump, snuck back into this country under President Biden. Since 2023, he has lived, this illegal immigrant criminal murderer, lived in taxpayer-funded shelters here in this country. That's what we've seen the last 4 years. The current president's actions invited and allowed 10 million people to cross into our country illegally. Our cities are overrun and overwhelmed. It was weak border policies that got us here, put us in this position, and it is strong border policies that are going to get us back to safety. That means funding the border wall, deporting illegal immigrant criminals, restoring successful policies such as Remain in Mexico. Our goal is to empower President Trump to enforce the law. Republicans are also going to work to restore deterrence through strength, and then what we've seen is the politicization of our military. Without a military focused on lethality, we can't be strong. If these actions are taken, peace and safety, security and strength are not just possible, they will be coming very soon. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Brooks.
Mr. President.
The Republican whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, something unexpected is happening in the early days of this new Congress, right here in the Senate, and that is we are seeing some bipartisanship. Republicans and a number of Democrats have now agreed that violent criminals who have entered our country illegally and are a threat to the safety and the security of the American people shouldn't be here. We need to do something about it. The headline in Politico this week tells the story. The headline reads, "Democrats make a right turn on immigration." This is an encouraging start to our new Senate year. And now we need time for the Democrats to prove that they really do want to work with us. The Senate's going to vote today on this bipartisan Laken-Riley Act. Now, just to remind those who are unfamiliar with the situation, Laken-Riley is a young woman. She was a student at Augusta University in Athens, Georgia. She was studying to be a nurse, and tomorrow would have been her 23rd birthday. She was murdered by an illegal immigrant. All she was doing was out taking a jog. That illegal immigrant was in America because of Joe Biden and the Democrats' open border policies. The Laken-Riley Act had been sponsored and is now co-sponsored by every Republican in the Senate. And there are also several Democrats who have recently signed on to this legislation, and they now support it. Happy to hear the Democrat leader saying that he was going to vote to get on the bill as well. The Laken-Riley Act presents the Senate a simple choice. Are we willing to allow illegal immigrants to roam free in our country, or do we want to save American lives? Protecting Americans from the dangers of a broken border makes sense to, I believe, most, if not all, of our citizens. Earlier this week, Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania was asked about the Laken-Riley Act. This is what he said. He said, if you're here illegally and you're committing crimes, I don't know why anybody thinks that that's controversial. Well, not too long ago, his party certainly thought this point of view was controversial. That's what we saw happen here in the Senate. Last Congress, Republicans tried to bring up the Laken-Riley Act. Democrats blocked us. They wouldn't even let us debate it. So I'm happy to hear that Democrats are now open to debating this important bill. It's nice to see that the results of the election in November have changed the thinking of some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Debating the Laken-Riley Act isn't enough. The Senate must go on to pass it. The House has already passed this exact version of the Laken-Riley Act this past week, and that vote was overwhelmingly bipartisan. The Senate now has an opportunity to make a real difference, a difference to protect American citizens from illegal immigrant criminals. There are some Democrat senators who say that they support the Laken-Riley Act, but they want to weaken it. Well, to be clear, Senate Republicans are not weakening this life-saving legislation. We will not allow that to happen. We must ensure that what happened to Laken-Riley does not ever happen again. When the time comes to vote on the Laken-Riley Act, I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes. Democrats join us, the Laken-Riley Act will actually become the law of the land. But more importantly than that, it will meet an urgent need of the American people. That's what we're really trying to do here. Solve a problem. Come up with a solution. This isn't comprehensive immigration reform. To be very clear, there's much more that needs to be done to fix our broken, open border. But today I introduced a bill called the Build the Wall Act. That will certainly go a long way. We know that border walls work. My proposal finishes the wall, and it pays for it with unspent COVID money, money that is available to be used and should be used for that productive purpose. We've already built more than 450 miles of border wall between the United States and Mexico. We know that it worked. Under President Trump, illegal crossings were at a record low. But now, after more than 10 million illegal immigrants have poured into our country during the last 4 years, we need to finish the wall. The need to do it is greater today than it has ever been before. The moment has come for safety and for security, and now for serious action. Joe Biden and the Democrats broke the border, opened the border, allowed and actually invited into this country people who are part of criminal cartels, drug dealers, terror suspects. This action turned every state, including my home state of Wyoming, into a border state. It's time for even more Democrats to join Republicans today in securing our border, saving our lives, and passing this important piece of legislation that is coming before us today. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll, please.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, yesterday I watched closely the nomination hearing for Pete Hegseth. He's President Trump's nominee to be the Secretary of Defense. For the safety and security of our nation, Pete deserves a swift confirmation. I'm going to vote for him to be the next Secretary of Defense, and I believe that vote's going to happen soon. Look, he was very clear in the hearing yesterday. The incoming administration is going to refocus the Pentagon on American strength and on hard power, not a woke agenda, which is what we've seen for the last 4 years. To me, this is very welcome news, and I believe it is welcome news to Americans all across this country who are worried about the security of our nation and the strength of our nation. We have a significant problem in the military today. It's a problem with morale and a problem with recruitment. Pete Hegseth is the right person to address both of these issues and to make sure that we, America, have a military that is ready to fight. Pete served in combat at the height of the war on terror. He deployed overseas to Iraq, to Afghanistan, and to Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. He's a decorated veteran. He has earned 2 Bronze Stars. He also earned the Combat Infantryman's Badge. When Pete's executive officer evaluated his performance in Iraq, the feedback was glowing. Pete, he said, was an incredibly talented, battle-proven leader. Incredibly talented, battle-proven leader. He, quote, always completed every mission with high standards, with minimal guidance or supervision. That's what you want. Now, I heard Senator Schumer ask on this floor, he said, why should Americans entrust Pete to lead our military? Well, Pete Hegseth answered that question yesterday. Senator Sheehy asked during the hearing, are you going to have the backs of the warfighters? To which our nominee said yes, he will have their backs. That's why Americans should trust Pete to lead our military. It's interesting to hear my Democrat colleagues dismiss Pete's years of military service. They sounded angry about his plan to restore American strength. They seemed frustrated that he clearly loves our country and wants to continue to serve. Democrats tried to turn yesterday's hearing into a kangaroo court. They claimed that Pete isn't qualified. So let's talk about his military experience. The Department of Defense is filled with people who have decades of experience working in the Pentagon. The Pentagon just failed its seventh consecutive audit. Think about that for a second. Each year, the American taxpayers send the Pentagon more than $850 billion, billion with a B. Yet the Pentagon can't pass a single audit. Look, sounds like we don't need more experience like that, Mr. President. We need a fresh set of eyes, a soldier, as Pete said himself, with dirt on his boots. Being Secretary of Defense isn't just about managing a bureaucracy. It's about making America's military the best and most lethal fighting force in the world. Pete's going to be a Secretary of Defense who respects the warfighter and who respects the taxpayer. He's a bold choice for the future of our military, a bold choice for the future of our nation, and the right choice to be Secretary of Defense. A Senate confirmation is not an easy process, and the Secretary of Defense is not an easy job. Yesterday, Pete gave strong answers to tough questions. He is confident and he is knowledgeable. He's ready to lead the Department of Defense. He knows the cost of war, he knows the price of weakness, and the true value and the valor of American soldiers. As Secretary of Defense, he's going to reestablish deterrence and rebuild our military. He's going to champion American service members and restore American military readiness. Pete's going to bring the Pentagon back to what its mission should be: lethality, accountability, transparency, merit. The focus is going to be on military readiness, not social experiments and partisan policies. America needs a strong Secretary of Defense now, immediately. Senate Republicans will get it done. Now, Mr. President, on a separate matter, today the Senate is considering amendments to the Laken-Riley Act. The Laken-Riley Act is actually bipartisan legislation. It is a life-saving bill. It's a life-saving bill that's going to lock up illegal immigrants and then deport them. Republicans are offering targeted amendments to make this bill even stronger. Senator Ernst has an amendment that would detain illegal immigrants who commit murder or cause serious bodily injury. Senator Cornyn has an amendment that will detain illegal immigrants who attack law enforcement officers. Those are the type of amendments that Republicans are discussing to strengthen the bill. I know there are some Democrats who are trying to undermine the bill. They want to replace it with thousands of pages of immigration reform. I've said this before, and it bears repeating: Republicans are not going to undermine or weaken this life-saving bill. The Laken-Riley Act is not comprehensive immigration reform. It's a targeted piece of tough immigration enforcement. Republicans aren't going to trade American lives for amnesty. We will make the law that puts the safety of the American people first. That's what Americans voted for in November: safety, security for our communities, for our citizens. Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania was recently asked about the bipartisan Laken-Riley Act. This is what he said. He said, pretend that you're in a parking lot in a Walmart in Scranton, Pennsylvania, as we've all been, as we're out traveling around the state in our own home states. He said, well, he says, I'm going to vote against a bill that allows people to deport people that were charged with a crime or have a criminal record. To me, I hope others have listened to Senator Fetterman's and hear those words and realize how ridiculous it sounds that anyone would vote against the Laken-Riley Act. The Laken-Riley Act deserves strong, targeted amendments and swift passage in this body, and then signed into law by the President. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll. Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come to the floor today having been in a number of hearings involving President Trump's nominees overseeing American energy dominance. I'll tell you, President Trump's energy nominees show that this administration that's coming in, the Trump-Vance administration, is serious about unleashing affordable, available, reliable American energy. Doug Bergman is the President Trump's nominee to be Secretary of the Department of Interior. He's still testifying right now in the Energy Committee. He is a son of North Dakota, and his roots run deep in the West. Chris Wright, who had his hearing yesterday, is President Trump's nominee to be the Secretary of Energy. His data-driven leadership and creativity laid the foundation for the fracking boom that we've experienced in this nation that has fueled American energy independence. And Lee Zeldin, who I had the privilege of introducing earlier this morning at the EPW committee, well, he's the nominee to be the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency. He's a lawyer, he's a veteran, and he's a former star member of the House of Representatives. He's going to cut red tape. He's going to balance environmental stewardship with sensible energy production. All three of these nominees are excellent choices to carry out President Trump's all-of-the-above energy strategy. They all have my vote. Like most Americans, President Trump and his nominees understand that energy policy is the foundation of our nation's future and our success. It is linked directly to the prices that we pay, to the technology that we create, and to the world in which we live. Unleashing American energy means lower prices, means more innovation at home. It means more safety and security for our citizens. Well, we've seen it before. Affordable, reliable energy was the rocket fuel for American security and prosperity, and we saw it during the first Trump administration. But over the last 4 years, Democrats restricted and regulated and tried to reduce American energy production instead of unlocking its full potential. Their American last energy strategy policies led to painfully high prices and a more vulnerable nation. I think energy was on the ballot this year, and energy won. Fortunately, President Trump is placing a premium on energy production. He's already laying the groundwork to take the handcuffs off of American energy production. On day one, I expect the President's going to sign a blizzard of executive orders to bring back American energy dominance. First-day priorities include ending the Democrats' electric vehicle mandate, more drilling on federal lands, and resuming exports of U.S. liquefied natural gas. This is certainly good news for my home state of Wyoming. Wyoming is America's energy breadbasket. Oil and gas is our bread and butter. We have world-class reserves of coal. We have world-class wind. We have benefited from American energy dominance, and our Wyoming tough energy workers made it all possible. Wyoming energy workers now stand ready to unleash American energy once again. I hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle preach doom and gloom about energy independence. The Democrat leader who's here on the floor said yesterday that Chris Wright, who was the President's nominee for the Secretary of Energy, he called this nominee an energy extremist. Why? Because Chris Wright believes, and I quote, "Oil and gas makes the world go round." Well, it does. This is the depth of the Democrats' climate delusion. Oil and gas drive our economy, produce great jobs, and produce our prosperity. And because of American oil and gas, we do it cleaner, we do it safer, and we do it more reliably than any place else on planet Earth. The facts could not be clearer. Since 2005, America has been responsible for 66% of emission reduction among developed countries. We do it better than anyone else in the world. We've reduced more emissions than the next 6 countries combined. That's the reason why, and it's not because Joe Biden bribed Americans to buy solar panels or buy electric cars. No, it's American energy production, American energy dominance. It's because we unleashed affordable, available, reliable American energy. For the record, we can thank Chris Wright and the fracking boom for unleashing a lot of that energy. In 2019, America became energy independent for the first time in 50 years. Why? How did it happen? President Trump did it. With Doug Burgum, Chris Wright, and Lee Zeldin on America's team, we're going to do it again. President, yesterday I had a chance to meet with President Trump at the White House. Shared with him that his nominees, they are receiving strong support here in the United States Senate, and I assured President Trump that Republicans in the Senate are committed to working around the clock to confirm his nominees. To put this into perspective, yesterday President Trump invited several of us to travel with him later this week. He's going to be going to North Carolina as well as Los Angeles to see the impact of the disasters and the devastation in both places. Well, we thanked him for the invitation, told him that we have pressing responsibilities right here on the floor of the United States Senate, because we're prepared to work late into the night and long weekends if Democrats choose to deliberately delay the votes on his cabinet, as it appears they are doing right now. So that's exactly what we're planning to do, continue to work to get these individuals who are strong and tough confirmed by the United States Senate. Last night, what we saw here in this body were Democrats decided to stall the confirmation of John Ratcliffe. Mr. Ratcliffe is President Trump's nominee to be director of the Central Intelligence Agency. The nomination is supported completely, bipartisan. Actually, his specific nomination was voted 14 in favor to only 3 against in the committee, the Intelligence Committee of the United States Senate. But last night, here in this body, Democrats chose last-minute obstruction. They're just going to slow it down anyway, even though he's been supported out of the Intelligence Committee, bipartisan 14-3. What they are doing is shameful. Our world is far too dangerous to delay confirming the head of the CIA. So I hope my Democrat colleagues don't have plans for the weekend, because I guarantee you the Senate's going to be here in Washington voting to confirm President Trump's nominees. So get ready for some long nights, long hours, day after day after day. We're going to be here Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday if we have to. We're ready to work around the clock, and we mean it. That's what Americans voted for. According to a recent Fox poll, 78% of Americans say Democrats should work with President Trump. The American people elected President Trump to change Washington, to get the country back on track. They voted for common sense, and President Trump is a common sense president. President Trump has proposed an agenda that is popular, it's optimistic, and it is unifying. And he has chosen a strong team to work with him. President Trump has built, I would say, a cabinet that's not business as usual. His nominees are motivated, they are qualified, and they are committed to Americans' safety and prosperity. They're going to work aggressively to address the challenges of high prices, of open borders, of crime, and what we have seen in the last administration, which was an America Last energy policy. Oh, they're ready to go after the burdensome regulations that face people all across the country. You know, hours after President Trump was sworn in, senators voted unanimously to confirm Marco Rubio to be Secretary of State. This week, we have more nominees to consider. And as the Senate exercises our constitutional duty, we should remember a few facts. First, let's compare this to President Obama, who had 7 cabinet nominees confirmed on his very first day in office. Second, the current Democrat leader at that podium moved quickly to confirm President Biden's nominees. And he said that swift confirmation votes, he said, are traditional for a new president. Third, Democrats are actually supporting many of President Trump's nominees in the committees. That proves well, it proves what we already know, that these nominees, in addition to being bold, have bipartisan support. All but 2 Democrats voted with every Republican to support Kristi Noem after her hearings in the Homeland Security Committee. She's been nominated by President Trump to be the Secretary of Homeland Security. Her vote was 13-2. Several Democrats also voted with to support Scott Bessent, who is President Trump's nominee to be Secretary of the Treasury. Let me remind my colleagues what Democrats have said about President Trump's nominees. Senator Tammy Baldwin of Wisconsin introduced Sean Duffy for his hearing, and he was nominated by the President to be Secretary of Treasury. What Senator Baldwin said was a glowing comment. She said, "Sean Duffy is the right guy to help deliver for Wisconsin families, businesses, and workers." Our colleague John Hickenlooper of Colorado introduced Chris Wright at the hearing to be Secretary of Energy. Senator Hickenlooper said this. He said, "Mr. Wright is, quote, a scientist who has invested his life around energy." Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona said Lee Zeldin is a, quote, qualified candidate to lead the Environmental Protection Agency. Senator Martin Heinrich of New Mexico said Doug Burgum, current governor of North Dakota, is, quote, a talented nominee to lead the Department of Interior. I think we should pay attention to those comments. Democrats know that President Trump's nominees are ready to get on the job and are qualified to do the work. Yeah, the Senate should give advice and consent. That's an obligation we have. But disgruntled Democrats should not use the Senate's constitutional power as an excuse to delay and deny. Americans want results. That's what they voted for in November. They did not vote for resistance. They want to get this country back on track. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, first I ask unanimous consent that Senator Durbin and I be allowed to speak for up to 15 minutes each prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
And, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent also that the mandatory quorum call in relation to the Ratcliffe nomination be waived.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today, this Senate will confirm John Ratcliffe to be the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. This is a win for our national security. Frankly, this should have been done 2 days ago, but Democrats unnecessarily delayed this important vote. John Ratcliffe is undeniably qualified for the job. He's going to lead the CIA without bias and with the safety of the American people being his top priority. Once the Senate confirms John Ratcliffe, we will move to consider the nomination of Pete Hegseth to be Secretary of Defense. America needs a strong, intimidating, and lethal military. Our men and women in uniform, they want to serve in that kind of a military. They didn't join to be joining a safe space or a faculty lounge. They volunteered to serve in the United States Armed Forces, the greatest fighting force in human history. Our nation is counting on President Trump and our military to defend America and to restore peace through strength. The problem is our service members are trapped in a broken system with misguided values. Today, we face the most serious, significant recruiting and morale crisis since the creation of the all-volunteer military. The military in 2023 missed its recruiting goals by almost 40,000 people. The Pentagon says that they met their goals in 2024. Well, you know how they did that? They conveniently lowered the goals from the 2023 number. Easy to make the mark when you lower the bar. According to the Department of Defense, more than half of all young Americans say they've never ever thought of serving in our nation's military. In addition to the recruiting problem and the morale problem, we also, at the Pentagon today, have an accountability problem. The Department of Defense last month failed its 7th audit in a row. We need to change course at the Pentagon. We need to get the Pentagon back on track. And President Trump has selected Pete Hegseth to do just that. As Pete said at his hearing last week, we don't need more bureaucracy at the top. We need more warfighters empowered at the bottom. As a decorated combat veteran, Pete brings a fresh set of eyes to the Pentagon. He's confident, he's knowledgeable, and he's courageous. He knows the cost of war, and he knows the price of weakness. He clearly loves our nation. He loves this country. He's a champion for our service members and their families, and he wants to continue serving the country. That's why I believe Pete Hegseth is the right choice to lead our military. At the Senate Armed Services Committee, Pete answered hard questions with clarity and with resolve. Pete was clear about our mission and his mission. It is, as he said, to make the Pentagon, he says, quote, laser focused on lethality, meritocracy, warfighting, accountability, and readiness. Ultimately, the Senate Armed Services Committee voted in favor of Pete's nomination. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough for the Democrats. No, they decided to then run their desperate playbook of distract and delay so that they could try to search and destroy. Senate Republicans are not going to be stopped by Democrats' political games. We're moving forward. Perhaps no other cabinet position is more important to the safety and security of our nation than the Secretary of Defense. The American people deserve to have a Secretary of Defense in place and on the job. Now, Mr. President, on a related matter, on confirmation here, our work in confirmation continues, and it will continue later today. Senate Republicans are readying votes on more of President Trump's nominees, and it is a strong roster. Kristi Noem is the nominee to be Secretary of Homeland Security. She will secure our border. Scott Bessent is the nominee to be Secretary of the Treasury. He will strengthen our economy and stop the Democrats' $4 trillion tax increase. Sean Duffy is the nominee to be Secretary of Transportation. He'll build our nation's crumbling infrastructure. The Commerce Committee was unanimous in support of his nomination. In fact, all of these well-qualified nominees received bipartisan support in committees. The Senate has an obligation to confirm them quickly. To deny a president his cabinet is wrong, especially when we're talking about the national security team. Any delay denies our nation a Homeland Security Secretary when open borders endanger every community in America. It denies the country a Treasury Secretary at a time when painfully high prices are hurting families and hurting small businesses. It denies the country a Secretary of Transportation when our ports and our airlines need urgent attention. The President deserves to have his team in place, and Senate Republicans will overcome the roadblocks, and we will confirm them. The choice for Democrats is simple: the easy way or the hard way. Mr. President, we are going to get them confirmed. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Majority Whip is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, a few days ago, I think you were in the chair and I was here, we saw the minority leader stand at that podium and pledge to cooperate with Republicans on nominees that he said were highly qualified and bipartisan. It took less than 72 hours for the minority leader to violate that pledge. Senate Democrats seem to be back to their old, tired habits of obstructing and opposing. Look at the confirmation process that we finished yesterday for the Central Intelligence Agency Director, John Ratcliffe. Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona, a Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee, gave Director Ratcliffe a ringing endorsement. Director Ratcliffe, he said, is qualified for the job, a serious guy. He's got the background. He said, I get confidence he'll do a good job. Yet Senator Schumer held up the confirmation process for 2 solid days. Despite the delay, the Senate overwhelmingly confirmed this highly qualified director, Director Ratcliffe, by a vote of 74 to 25. 21 Democrats voted in favor of his confirmation, yet a 2-day delay. I want every American to know what's happening here in the Senate. The far-left members of the Democrat caucus are intentionally delaying the confirmation of President Trump's national security team. It's not advice and consent. It's the Democrats' playbook for trying to deny President Trump his cabinet. Senate's preparing to vote this weekend on more high-qualified nominees. One of them is South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem. Governor Noem is a nominee to be Secretary of Homeland Security. She will secure the border. In the first 3 days of the Trump administration, illegal encounters dropped nearly 35% compared to the final 3 days of the Biden administration. Nearly 4,000 illegal immigrants tried to cross in President Biden's final days in office. Under President Trump, the numbers plummeted, and they will continue to plummet. The impact of the Trump policies is real, and this is only the beginning. Working with Kristi Noem, the Senate's going to secure the border. Governor Noem understands what's needed to tackle the border crisis. As she said in her hearing, she will ensure our Border Patrol agents and our Immigration and Customs Enforcement groups have all the tools, the resources, and the support that they need to carry out their mission efficiently and effectively. As governor, she sent South Dakota National Guard troops to Texas to help secure the border. Governor, National Guard troops to help in Texas. Oh, she's going to be aggressive in her mission to stop this flood of illegal immigrants. I believe she is an excellent and well-qualified choice. After a thorough vetting process, Governor Noem received bipartisan support in the Homeland Security Committee. There are 15 members of the committee. 13 voted in favor of her, only 2 opposed. That's overwhelming and bipartisan. Senator Gary Peters of Michigan, he's the lead Democrat on the Homeland Security Committee. He voted yes. Will Senator Schumer needlessly slow down a confirmation vote that his lead Democrat supports just to obstruct President Trump? When it comes to confirming Governor Noem, there's no time to waste. Few agencies are more important to this nation, to our safety and to our security, than the Department of Homeland Security. Any delay denies our country a Homeland Security Secretary at a time when open borders endanger every American in this country today. Potential risk to their safety as well as their security. Here in the Senate Republicans are working around the clock to confirm qualified nominees like Kristi Noem, like Scott Bessent for Treasury, like Sean Duffy. We will be in the Senate voting as long as it takes. How long it takes in the Senate is up to the Democrats to decide. Our committees are approving additional nominees on a bipartisan basis and at a rapid clip. We need to confirm them on the Senate floor without delay. That's what Republicans intend to do. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum. President, criminals in the world today have an international friend. That friend is called the International Criminal Court. The ICC is headquartered in Europe. It claims unchecked power and power to enforce very loosely defined so-called international law, and they're unaccountable. The ICC is a kangaroo court. U.S. has never ratified this treaty. Neither has Israel. We're not members with this group. This so-called court seems to me to just do the bidding of the country of Iran. It's never issued arrest warrants for leaders of Iran, never tried to prosecute Assad, the former dictator of Syria. The ICC embraces a legal fiction and a moral fraud. And it is the fraud and the fiction that Israel violates human rights and that sovereignty doesn't matter. They also believe that Israel doesn't have a right to defend themselves. Last year, we saw the ICC issue an unjust and unlawful arrest warrant for the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. Israel's former defense minister was also targeted. The charges that the ICC brought were baseless, they were biased, and basically the ICC tends to continue to go after the Jewish state. Have many descriptions of President Netanyahu. They are absurd. They are inaccurate. Let's get to the facts. The facts are there was a brutal attack on October 7th of 2023 by Hamas. It was the deadliest single day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Israel has a fundamental right to defend itself, and America stands with the people of Israel. Israel went to extraordinary lengths to limit civilian casualties. Hamas deliberately hid behind civilians. Hamas uses innocent individuals as human shields. Israel has allowed hundreds of thousands of tons of food and supplies to go in to help the people of Gaza. When the food doesn't meet the actual needs of the civilians there, it's not because they haven't sent enough, it's because Hamas steals it first. Israel isn't a member of the ICC. The court has no jurisdiction over it. Israel's a democracy. Israel's judiciary is robust and it's independent. The ICC is deaf to these important facts. It lives in an anti-Israel echo chamber. Because of this prejudice against Israel, the ICC has also attacked Israel's allies. In 2020, the ICC started to investigate American service members who served in Afghanistan for alleged war crimes. President Trump responded swiftly and strongly. He froze the assets of the ICC officials who were involved in the corrupt investigation. President Trump also imposed restrictions, visa restrictions, on ICC officials and on their families. So then what happens? Well, then Joe Biden gets into the White House, and former President Biden, loves saying former President Biden wrongly and weakly overturned these effective sanctions. President Trump restored the sanctions on his first day back in office last week. So today, the Senate will hold a critical vote on a bipartisan bill to hold the International Criminal Court accountable. Senator Jim Risch of Idaho and Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas have been leaders on this issue here in the Senate. Under the bill we're going to be voting on today, any ICC official, employee, or associate who works to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute American citizens or our allies will face immediate sanctions. This bill also blocks U.S. funding from the ICC, every penny. Critically, it ensures American taxpayers are not in any way contributing their hard-earned money to foreign institutions that attack our service members. Passing this bill sends a strong message, an important message, that we in America will not tolerate the ICC's lawfare against Israel. If the ICC attacks America or its allies, the consequences will be swift, will be serious, and will be severe. This is about much more than Israel. The ICC also threatens America's safety, our security, and our sovereignty. Like Israel, America is not a member of the ICC. While Israel is the target today, the ICC could turn around and target America's service members and even our leaders in the future. The House of Representatives has passed legislation to sanction the ICC. They've done it several times. Its bipartisan support continues to grow. It grows stronger in the most recent passage. And a majority of Americans support congressional efforts to sanction the ICC. The most recent vote in the House was 243 in favor and only 140 against. 45 House Democrats voted for it. Well, the Senate could have passed ICC sanctions last Congress, but the Democrat leader chose to drag his feet instead. He blocked it from coming here to the Senate floor. He refused to even allow debate. This Congress, Senate Republicans have made strengthening our alliance with Israel a top priority. Republicans can't sit back and allow a kangaroo court to wage lawfare against American citizens or our allies. The Senate will not bend to the pro-Hamas crowd. We will stand with Israel in the face of anti-Semitism and in the face of evil. Period. Will Senate Democrats join us? We will find out today.
Objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I strongly support Congressman Lee Zeldin as the nominee to be the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency. We are blessed in America with enormous natural resources. I support using our resources responsibly. I support sensible environmental stewardship, and that's what we will have with Mr. Zeldin. Americans deserve clean water and clean air. They deserve good jobs and economic strength. Environmental protection and economic growth should go hand in hand. They are not mutually exclusive. As the head of the EPA, Lee will return the agency to its original mission of protecting America's air, water, and land without, as he puts it, suffocating the economy. Nearly 2 weeks ago, the Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works held a hearing on Lee Zeldin, and as the former chairman of the committee, I was honored to introduce him. He's highly qualified, and his support is bipartisan. He's a lifelong public servant, and he's a seasoned lawyer and has a sharp legal mind. He has over 20 years of military service, currently serves as a lieutenant colonel in our U.S. Army Reserves. Lee also served 8 years in Congress, in the House of Representatives, as a representative from New York. And in that role, he worked to strengthen our economy as well as protect his district's unique ecosystem. He worked across party lines to accomplish his goals. For the last 4 years, the so-called experts at the Environmental Protection Agency went on a reckless regulatory rampage. They saddled American families and businesses with higher costs and with heavy-handed restrictions. They bowed to climate extremism while ignoring common sense. In 2024, the EPA introduced one of the most expensive regulations in American history. It's called the Electric Vehicle Mandate. The EV mandate was truly left-wing lunacy at its worst. According to the Competitive Enterprise Institute, the total cost of compliance is over $760 billion, with a B, billion dollars. To put this in perspective, the cost of this one regulation coming out of the Biden administration was equal to the entire price tag of 8 years of regulations under the presidency of Barack Obama. The EV mandate would also cost hundreds of thousands of jobs. Americans rejected the EV mandate and other costly climate policies this past November at the ballot box. President Trump has revoked the EV mandate on his first day in office. Here in the Senate, repealing the Biden EV subsidies is one of my top priorities. These subsidies alone are estimated to cost taxpayers more than $393 billion. Americans shouldn't have their taxpayer dollars pay for vehicles that most Americans don't want, can't afford, and actually don't work for them and their families. Americans shouldn't be dependent on communist China like we are today with electric vehicles. Lee Zeldin will continue President Trump's mission to roll back these punishing political regulations. The EPA does important work. It does that work in states and in local communities. Lee will be a fantastic partner to my home state of Wyoming. He's not going to impose one-size-fits-all mandates on Americans, consumers, and American businesses. Instead, he's going to cut red tape. We will see a new wave of creativity and innovation. Lee knows that innovation, not government intervention, is the best solution to lower prices, to grow the economy, and to protect our environment. Many Americans are confident that Lee will right the ship and restore the balance needed at the EPA. One of these organizations is the National Association of Clean Water Agencies. In a letter to the committee, the association said that Lee has, quote, shown a willingness to engage with a broad spectrum of stakeholders to address pressing issues. Lee also impressed our colleagues here in the Senate. That's why my Democrat colleague from Arizona said about Lee, he's a qualified candidate for this job. I share America's confidence in Lee. Through 3 hours of tough questions, Lee Zeldin provided quality answers, and he proved that he is well qualified. He showed he's committed to strong environmental protection and to energy production. He's the right nominee to lead the EPA. The Senate should confirm him quickly. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I am a friend of the distinguished senator from Wyoming, but on this matter, we disagree quite a lot. I think clearly everybody likes clean air and clean water. My opposition to Lee Zeldin is founded on where he's likely to be on a different issue, climate change. Climate change is coming at us. And the context for Lee Zeldin's nomination, I believe, is this. We went through a long period of science on climate change, starting with the early days of Dr. Hansen and NASA's work by Exxon and other big oil majors themselves, lots of work in universities and in U.S. and state government. And the science pretty well nailed it. They pretty much got it right. And they warned what was going to happen, and it began to happen, and it has continued to happen. And based on those warnings, we moved into phase 2, which was the political era of climate, where it was our job here in this building to listen to those warnings and figure out what the best and smartest thing was to do about them. The problem was that the fossil fuel industry got involved with Citizens United climate money in the hundreds of millions behind it, and they squelched that conversation. And as a result, Congress has failed to address the looming climate crisis, purely from fossil fuel-funded Republican opposition. That takes us now into era 3, the era of the forewarned but not prevented consequences. And the place in which those consequences are most saliently making themselves felt is in the homeowners insurance industry. Homeowners insurance is in crisis in this country and in near meltdown in various states and counties in this country because the risk that the insurers have to bear is now unpredictable to them. So what we are seeing is homeowners insurance prices skyrocketing. We are seeing homeowners insurance companies going bankrupt, leaving states, firing their longtime clients because they don't want to provide coverage in these danger areas, which includes coastal areas. Florida, as a result, is kind of first and worst in the home insurance meltdown, and wildfire adjacent areas second, which puts California and a lot of other western states very much in harm's way. Now, the problem with that is it doesn't just end with an insurance crisis. When you get a sufficient number of properties that cannot get affordable home insurance or cannot get home insurance at all, those properties become unmortgageable. And if you're a billionaire living in Palm Beach, you can find another billionaire to buy your property who can write a check. But if you're a real-life person, a plumber in Orlando living in a development who paid for their home with a mortgage, you're going to want to sell that home to somebody who can get a mortgage. And when your home can't be mortgaged any longer, that will crash its property values. In fact, if your homeowner's insurance goes from $4,000 to $16,000, a case we heard of, then that crashes your property values too, because a $16,000 carrying cost on a piece of property knocks its value way down. So not from the greenies, not from the environmental community, but from Freddie Mac, the mortgage giant, we heard the warning that an insurance crash turns into a mortgage crash, turns into a coastal property values crash, which is serious enough that it redoes 2008. We have another national recession. It is in that context that we need to understand that we need an EPA director, an EPA administrator, who will take climate change seriously, treat the science honestly, and stand up where necessary to the political pressure that will be coming from the White House, where we have a president who actually thinks it's a hoax, and from the huge fossil fuel forces that propelled him into office with enormous amounts of political money and who now think they own the place. The fossil fuel industry has done nothing but lie about this and use their power for evil. President Trump is completely mistaken and under the thumb of the fossil fuel industry, and against that will stand the EPA administrator, who has to be truthful and factual and support and defend our environment and our safety from climate change. in that context, I have nothing against Lee Zeldin personally, but the likelihood of him standing against that fossil fuel bulldozer that is coming at him is essentially zero. And that fossil fuel bulldozer is also going to be bulldozing their way into American homes in the form of an insurance crisis that is looming. So this is going to become very real, very fast, and in that context, this is very much the wrong guy. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Zeldin nomination be waived.
Is there objection? Without objection.
The Justice Department needs a leader who has the qualifications, the experience, the determination, and the moral clarity to keep our nation safe. Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi is that leader. She has my vote and my vocal support. The Attorney General is America's top prosecutor. The role should be filled by an experienced prosecutor. Well, Attorney General Bondi has prosecution experience, a lot of it. She spent almost 30 years as a criminal prosecutor and then a state attorney general. She has more trial experience than any modern-day U.S. Attorney General. Attorney General Bondi is the most experienced career criminal prosecutor ever to be America's chief law enforcement officer. She is ready to lead on day one. In Florida, Attorney General Bondi prosecuted a range of violent crimes and criminals. She locked up the worst of the worst for the worst offenses. Her signature achievements were in fighting illegal drugs and in fighting human trafficking. When she first became Florida's Attorney General in 2011, the state was overrun with things known as pill mills. They were operations that were running to sell opioids. Pam shut them down. She locked up the drug dealers, she pushed for stronger laws, and she stopped the spread of synthetic opioids. Under her leadership, Florida led the fight against this deadly epidemic. Attorney General Bondi also prosecuted victims of human trafficking in Florida. She pledged to make human trafficking an area for her to combat. It was a top priority at her Justice Department in Florida. She is a fierce advocate for safety, and she is a skilled leader. The Department of Justice is a huge agency. It controls 40 separate organizations. It employs more than 115,000 people. It oversees all 94 U.S. attorneys across the country. Leading the DOJ is an enormous undertaking. Pam Bondi is up to the challenge. The Florida Attorney General's office is one of the largest in the nation. It handles a broad scope of civil and criminal investigations, just like the U.S. Department of Justice. She led that office effectively and efficiently, and she will do the same thing now as Attorney General. And she has received overwhelming support from all across the country. More than 100 former senior DOJ officials wrote a letter to the Judiciary Committee in support of Pam Bondi. Here's what they said about her track record. Quote, "It shows the no-nonsense, law and order, pro-law enforcement approach that she will bring to the Department of Justice." That's their quote. The Fraternal Order of Police also urged the Senate to confirm Pam Bondi. This is an organization of over more than 377,000 members of law enforcement. She's also earned the support of Second Amendment advocates. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi will stand in stark contrast to the prior administration's Justice Department. The previous administration gave us two tiers of justice. It labeled parents as domestic terrorists when they attended school board meetings. It brought charges against pro-life protesters, threw them in prison. It worked with left-wing judges and prosecutors to try to throw President Trump in jail. That's what we had in the last administration. This doesn't even begin to get into the Russiagate hoax or covering up for Hunter Biden. In those cases, we saw rogue federal agents try to subvert the democratic process. At her hearing before the Judiciary Committee, Attorney General Bondi promised a different path. Instead of playing politics, Pam Bondi pledged to enforce the law fairly, fully, and faithfully. And she said in her opening statement she will return the Department of Justice to its core mission of keeping Americans safe and vigorously enforcing the law. Her commitment to the Constitution, to public safety, and equal justice under the law is exactly what our nation needs today. The partisan, politicized, and polarizing prosecutions are now over. Pam Bondi will usher in a new era of safety, of sanity, and of justice. She has my vote to be the U.S. Attorney General. Mr. President, on another matter, today the Senate's going to confirm former Congressman Doug Collins. Congressman Collins is the nominee to be the Secretary of Veterans Affairs. Caring for our veterans is a top priority for President Trump and Republicans. As Abraham Lincoln famously spoke, our nation has a duty to care for him who shall have borne the battle. That's why I'm glad that President Trump has nominated Congressman Collins. Congressman Collins knows what it means to be a veteran because he is a veteran, as are you, Mr. President. He deployed to Iraq as a military chaplain. He visited wounded service members in the hospital. He prayed for them. He comforted them. In Congress, Congressman Collins continued to serve our veterans. He received bipartisan support from the Senate Veteran Affairs Committee. The vote was 18 in favor and only 1 opposed. Looking at his record, it's obvious why. Because Congressman Collins will improve veterans' access to care, not get in the way. He will also address the alarming rate of veteran suicide and homelessness. As he told the committee, we will not stop until we succeed on behalf of the men and women who have worn the uniform. Congressman Doug Collins will pursue his mission with duty and with devotion. He has my full support. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just heard Senator Schumer, the minority leader, say that Democrats don't want a government shutdown. Well, I would recommend that the minority leader actually ought to read the newspaper. He's going to see that Democrats are threatening and actually calling for a shutdown of the U.S. government. So here's USA Today today. Picture of Senator Schumer right there. Big picture in color, fist in the air. Democrats open to shutting down government. So the senator that just was on the floor saying, oh, no, they don't want it. He's calling for it across the country in the USA Today this morning. That's what we're seeing across this country. Democrats so much in disarray after the fact that they've lost the House, lost the Senate, lost the White House, that the Democrats now want to shut down the government. Here's a headline in the New York Times on Sunday. Democrats hint at government shutdown to stop Trump's axing at federal agencies. President Trump's doing what people elected him to do, to get the wasteful Washington spending to end. So that's what we've seen. USA Today, New York Times. What about the Washington Post? So Democrats say they will not help avert a shutdown. Democrats are calling for a shutdown. USA Today, New York Times, Washington Post, the list goes on. What are Democrats saying on television? Well, Meet the Press this Sunday. Senator Andy Kim, New Jersey. He said Democrats in Congress would shut down the government. He says if we have to, in order to obstruct President Trump. Not to help the country, not to provide services for the men and women in uniform, not to provide needs around the country. No, because they want to obstruct President Trump. That's why Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are calling for a government shutdown. Didn't end there. Cory Booker, New Jersey, a member of the leadership of the Democrat Party. He was on CNN this weekend. What did he say? Democrats will use every tool possible to stop President Trump. The Democrats want to stop the president who was elected with 312 electoral votes, won every one of the battleground states, and the Democrats just want to stop him. The American people want the kind of action and the urgency that we're seeing right now out of President Trump. Jeff Merkley, senator from Oregon, he's open to shutting down the government. He said, oh, yep, no more business as usual, shut it down. President Trump is doing exactly what America voted for. But here are the headlines, there are the pictures, and those are the Democrats in the United States Senate saying, we don't care what the American people say, we're going to shut down the government. President Trump is shrinking the size of government. We know the government is too big. We know it spends too much. President Trump is accounting for every single penny. And we're not going to make pennies anymore as a result of the fact that it costs 3 cents to make a penny. That's why Democrats want to shut down the government. They don't like the success that America is having today. They don't like the optimism that is pervasive throughout our country. So once again, if there's going to be a shutdown, we're talking about a Schumer shutdown of our country because they lost the election. Additionally, Mr. President, here we are on the floor of the Senate, and the Senate will vote soon on the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard to be the Director of National Intelligence. But she has the right background. She has the right experience, and she has the right perspective to keep our nation safe and to keep it secure. Congresswoman Gabbard has served in uniform for more than 20 years. She deployed to the Middle East several times. She serves in the military today and was recently promoted to lieutenant colonel. As a member of Congress for 8 years, she served on the Armed Services and the Foreign Affairs Committee. Her experience handling highly classified information is extensive. As Director of National Intelligence, she will handle classified information properly and lawfully. Congresswoman Gabbard is more than qualified to serve as the Director of National Intelligence. Now, we've heard a lot of debate about her, but not one senator has disputed the simple fact that she took a hard line on Russia and on Iran. In 2013, Congresswoman Gabbard co-sponsored the Nuclear Iran Prevention Act. She wanted severe sanctions on Iran. Well, why would the Democrats not like that? Oh, because they were part of the group with President Obama who wanted to appease Iran. No wonder they oppose her now. She opposed the Iran deal. She viewed it as a threat to both America and to Israel. And she was right. In 2014, Russia annexed Crimea. President Obama rejected sending tank-busting missiles to Ukraine. Remember what he sent? He sent blankets. Blankets. Look, the sanctions that he imposed, President Obama imposed against Russia, were terribly weak. And Congresswoman Gabbard argued for U.S. military assistance to Ukraine back then. And she called for painful sanctions against Russia, things that the Democrats and their President Obama at the time were unwilling to do. Tulsi Gabbard never sought war with Russia, yet she never kidded herself, never would look back about the aggressive nature of Russia's ambitions. She worked to stop wars, even though she served and was ready to fight in them. She knows what it means when we talk about peace through strength. Democrats attacked her patriotism. They attacked her loyalty. It's disturbing. No evidence to support that. The attacks on her are another case of Democrats equating political disagreement with disloyalty. Washington wants to trust our intelligence agencies again. We need to take an axe to the weaponization of these very agencies. Congresswoman Gabbard will keep politics out of intelligence gathering. She wants to return ODNI to its original size, its scope, and its mission. As she wrote in Newsweek, I promise to provide unbiased, timely, and accurate intelligence for those making decisions to protect the people of our country. That's exactly what we need, Mr. President. Tulsi Gabbard is the right choice to be the Director of National Intelligence, and I look forward to voting to confirm her later today.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just heard the minority leader, the senior senator from New York, Senator Schumer, on this floor talking about today's consumer price index data, and stunningly, he points to President Trump as the reason for it. Now, let me just correct the record, Mr. President. The price data that Senator Schumer is complaining about is from the final days of the Joe Biden administration. Those are the numbers that are out today, the final days of the Biden administration. And certainly everyone in Wyoming and everyone in your home state in Oklahoma knows that under the Biden administration and the Democrats, prices of goods and groceries, gasoline, the things that we need in our everyday life, prices rose more than 20% under Joe Biden. High prices are Joe Biden's parting gift and his lasting legacy. They were the party of open borders and high prices. That's why they lost the election. So here we have the Senate minority leader, now in the minority, used to be in the majority. The reason he's in the minority is because of the high prices brought on the people of this country as a result of that administration, and the numbers out today are reflective of the final days of that administration. Painfully high prices. They came from Democrats' reckless overspending and their policies. And we're from energy states that was anti-American energy policies. Those are the things that Senate Democrats voted for repeatedly and stood behind and supported. Republicans are focused on making life more affordable for families all across this country, hardworking families. And we have a plan to unleash American energy. And that way, we can keep lowering prices for American families. I just can never forget when Joe Biden said he wanted to prioritize climate over energy that was available, affordable, and reliable. It was a disaster for the country and resulted in defeat of the Democrats. Today, Mr. President, I come to the floor also to talk about confirmation votes. And the Senate will soon vote on the confirmation of Robert F. Kennedy, Jr., to be the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. America needs to be healthy. I'm a doctor, worked with patients for over 20 years, as a surgeon in Wyoming. The problem is our nation faces a chronic disease epidemic. Chronic diseases, including diabetes, cancer, obesity, heart disease, high blood pressure, chronic diseases. They are so widespread that managing them accounts for almost 90% of the federal health care spending in this country. And we spend a lot of our gross national product on health care. Nearly 3 in 5 Americans, adults, and 1 in 4 American children are impacted by this. Our health care system tries to address the problem, but yet by incentivizing procedures over prevention and paying for that, well, it often fails to address what we need to do effectively as well as economically. As a result, Americans are actually becoming less healthy. We need to put America on the path to good health. President Trump has selected Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. to do just that, to make America healthy again. Mr. Kennedy will bring a fresh set of ideas and eyes to important debates surrounding our nation's public health. He's going to be a voice for the vast number of Americans who were failed by the previous administration. The previous administration silenced reasoned debate. I believe that Mr. Kennedy is going to deliver accountability and transparency. For Americans, that means more choices and better information. It means healthy foods and healthy competition for patients. It means lower costs and higher quality. It means increased access to care. Access is so critical in my home state of Wyoming, with so many rural and frontier communities, people long distances from health care. It also means honest, unbiased, and trustworthy scientific research that is both innovative as well as accountable to the American people. People want the truth. They want to know what the facts are. They want to make their decisions then for themselves. Look, this is Mr. Kennedy's bold vision to revitalize America's Bill of Health. He's very clear about his mission, has been throughout. His mission, as he told the Finance Committee, is to end the chronic disease epidemic and make America healthy again. Apparently, that's not enough for the Senate Democrats. Senator Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada, she was actually dismissive of him at the Senate Finance Committee. I heard her say to Mr. Kennedy, "So that's the only reason why you're at HHS, to address this one issue?" This one issue, chronic disease epidemic that is plaguing our nation, is the key issue to our health care. Respectfully, addressing chronic disease is what we ought to be talking about for health care for the people of our country. You know, Mr. Kennedy had to testify and did testify before two separate Senate committees as part of his confirmation. Most people being confirmed and coming to the Senate only testify at one committee. He responded to rigorous questions from both Republicans and Democrats, and he answered those questions with candor and with clarity. He told the Senate Help Committee that his leadership approach was collaborative. He pledged to empower the scientists to do their jobs, not to impose, as he said, preordained opinions on anybody at HHS. He was also clear that he supports vaccines. He told the Finance Committee, "I support the measles vaccine. I support the polio vaccine. I will do nothing as HHS Secretary," he said, "that makes it difficult or discourages people from taking those vaccines." The Senate has every reason to take him at his word. Mr. Kennedy is a bold choice. He is pro-health, pro-vaccine, and pro-transparency. He's the right choice to make America healthy again. I look forward to voting to confirm him. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. The Senate will soon vote as well to confirm Kash Patel. He's the nominee to be the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The United States is seeing increasing threats from terrorism. The previous FBI director told the Senate a year ago, he said, "I see blinking lights everywhere." On New Year's Day, 14 Americans were killed in a terrorist attack in New Orleans. That's why the Senate must act quickly to confirm Mr. Patel. We need to continue to act with speed and urgency. Once confirmed, Mr. Patel will begin working to restore trust in one of America's premier law enforcement agencies. Regrettably, today, only 2 in 5 Americans say they hold a favorable view of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That needs to change. Kash Patel will reform and refocus the FBI to get it focused on its core mission, and that core mission is fighting crime. He's going to reshape the Bureau so it no longer is a tool for political attacks. He will rededicate the Bureau to keeping Americans safe. He is a uniquely qualified nominee. He began his career as a public defender in Florida. He defended the constitutional rights of some of the most dangerous people in the country. He later joined the Obama Department of Justice as a counterterrorism prosecutor. He investigated and he prosecuted cases that protected our nation from very serious threats. He received several awards for excellence for bringing terrorists to justice. He saw the power of the FBI to keep America safe, and he also saw how the power of the FBI could be abused. In Congress, Mr. Patel led the investigation that exposed the FBI that they were spying unlawfully on President Trump's 2016 campaign. Special Counsel John Durham's investigation later backed up Mr. Patel's side of the story. Durham found, quote, "The FBI failed to uphold their mission of strict fidelity to the law." This abuse of power was a breach of trust, of America's trust in the FBI. Kash Patel is going to restore trust by returning the FBI to its core mission of investigating and fighting crime. At his confirmation hearing, he said he's going to work to cut in half the number of rapes, drug overdoses, and homicides in the country today. This is something that every law-abiding citizen in this country should welcome. For Democrats, however, this seems to be unacceptable. They claim he wants to weaponize government. That's blatantly false. It was Democrats who turned the FBI into a political attack dog against their political opponents. The FBI pressured social media companies to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story. It partnered with Joe Biden's Department of Justice in targeting concerned parents who protested woke school board meetings. It targeted Catholics as domestic terrorists and spied on them at church. It put politics and personal gain over service to the country. Mr. Patel will end the weaponization and restore transparency. He believes crime is bad, that two tiers of justice are unacceptable, and that equal justice under the law is good. To Democrats, that's taboo. To the rest of the country, it's common sense. Americans want FBI to fight crime. Kash Patel is the man to do it. If you want to defend our constitutional rights, confirm Kash Patel. If you want justice and accountability, confirm Kash Patel. If you want to keep our communities safe, we need to confirm Kash Patel. He's a man of integrity and fidelity to the rule of law. I look forward to voting to confirm him. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I've just come to the floor having listened to the minority leader, the Democrat senator from New York, say something to the effect that he thought that President Trump's policies were not popular with the American people. And as he was saying this, I recalled a poll, a Harvard-Harris poll conducted just this past week. Trump's policies, key thing why he won election as President of the United States, huge popularity of what the President is doing today. Promises that he made prior to the election, promises kept now that he's in the White House. Let's take a look at number one. Deportation of illegal immigrants who've committed crimes. 81% of the American people, and that includes a lot of Democrats, say that is a very popular position taken by President Trump and now being enforced by President Trump. Eliminating fraud and waste in government expenditures. 76% of Americans agree. What have we seen happen with DOGE? What we have seen is actually pointing out fraud and waste in government. The American people are supportive. And then, of course, closing the border. Again, 76% of Americans, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, all across the board, support what President Trump is doing. President Trump ran for office against a party that was the party of high prices and open borders. And it's because of those things that President Trump won, and Republicans won the House and the Senate. So now the minority leader comes to the floor and says that what President Trump's doing aren't popular. Well, they sure are in terms of wasteful Washington spending and closing the border, which were the two reasons that President Trump and Republicans won the elections in November. So let's talk about the things that the American people care about. Republicans, President Trump, all of us promised to get America back on track. That's what we said we would do. That's what we are doing right now. We committed to cutting Washington's wasteful spending. We committed to reducing the size of a bloated government. This is going to make life more affordable for all Americans. President Trump and Republicans are now doing exactly what we promised we would do. We're rooting out waste, we're rooting out fraud, and we're rooting out abuse by a bureaucracy, all across a bureaucracy. And we are ripping it out root and stone. The Department of Government Efficiency has already uncovered more than $55 billion in savings. Who benefits from the savings? The American taxpayers. U.S. taxpayers were spending $2 million. I mean, you take a look at this list. $2 million to develop, quote, sustainable recycling models in the Balkans. Well, we've canceled that. U.S. taxpayers were spending $19 million on, quote, biodiversity conversations in Nepal. Well, that's been canceled. U.S. taxpayers were spending $47 million to improve, quote, learning outcomes in Asia. Cancel that. U.S. taxpayers were spending $1.5 million on, quote, voter confidence in Liberia, Africa. Well, we've canceled that. U.S. taxpayers were spending $21 million for voter turnout in India. Canceled. More savings are on the way. The Environmental Protection Agency Administrator Lee Zeldin, who we recently confirmed to that post, he uncovered $20 billion with a B, $20 billion in taxpayer money that the Biden EPA shoveled out the door on their last days before leaving office. This was a slush fund, and it was funneled to 8 left-wing climate groups. Now, all of this was in the service of the left's extreme, radical climate agenda, an agenda that makes energy more expensive and life less affordable for American families. So who received these taxpayer-funded, undeserved gifts? Anybody remember Georgia Democrat governor's candidate Stacey Abrams? Well, she was one of them. Her left-wing organization got a $2 billion kickback from the Biden administration. Look, I'm so glad that Ambassador Zeldin caught this scam and is working to claw back the money for the taxpayers of this nation. Now, I heard the minority leader admit just this morning, he said, of course there's some wasteful spending. He didn't mention any of those things. He doesn't actually point out to what it is, but I don't hear him say what wasteful spending he wants to cut. In fact, I haven't heard any Democrats say what wasteful spending any should be cut. What about that $2 billion that's been sent to Stacey Abrams? Democrats added almost $5 trillion to our debt in 4 years. Joe Biden and Democrats' reckless spending caused painfully high prices. Look, cutting wasteful Washington spending has been long overdue. President Trump and Republicans are uncovering massive evidence of wasteful Washington spending, and we're stopping it. Democrats seem more upset that the waste they support is now being exposed than the massive waste itself. Instead of defending the indefensible and the obscene level of spending, what are they doing? What are the Democrats doing? They are demanding that the courts intervene. Hey, let's get the courts involved. This is the next chapter of destructive Democrat behavior. Democrats have now filed over 80 lawsuits in 1 month against the Trump administration. Now, often they go judge shopping. What are they looking for? They're looking for partisan activist judges. So how does that work? Well, last month, I mean, it's unbelievable. Last month, the state of New Jersey wanted to sue the administration. So they filed suit, not in New Jersey, but in Massachusetts. They sued in a district where 11 of the 13 district judges were appointed by Democrat presidents. They didn't think they could accomplish what they wanted to accomplish in their own home state, so they go to Massachusetts, one of the most liberal states in the country. That is not a coincidence. It's intentional. It's premeditated. What's the aim of it? It's to obstruct President Trump's popular cost-cutting efforts. Let me tell you how far the Democrats are taking this. Earlier this month, a federal judge in New York issued a knee-jerk order that forbids political appointees from accessing records within the Treasury Department. The judge actually went so far as to block the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, from accessing important data within the agency that he runs, that he has been confirmed to serve as the Secretary of Treasury by this very body, by the United States Senate. And you get a judge saying he doesn't have access to the Treasury records. So a federal judge blocks the Senate-confirmed Secretary of Treasury from getting the information he needs to do to run the U.S. Department of the Treasury. That's where the Democrats are headed. District courts should not get to micromanage the executive branch. Yet that's what Democrats want to do with the courts, and that's why they filed 80 lawsuits so far. It's not based on the law. It's not based on policy disagreements. This is based solely on political disagreements. This is the real crisis we're facing in America. It's what I hear about in Wyoming, heard about it this past weekend. It's the unelected, unaccountable, heavy-handed federal bureaucrats who have taken America off track. We're getting America back on track. The American people are being strangled by Washington's wasteful spending, by burdensome red tape. According to a poll last month from the Associated Press, almost 2 in 3 Americans say government inefficiency is a major problem. The bureaucracy must be accountable to the American people, and they are there to serve the American people. Americans voted in November for more accountability. They voted to drain the swamp. This is the swamp I'm talking about, and that's exactly what President Trump is doing. Working with President Trump, Senate Republicans are going to deliver on our mandate. And it's going to involve massive change in Washington, because it's time, Mr. President, to get America back on track. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
President.
Republican whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before coming to the floor each day, I try to make sure I go through the morning newspapers, and today I found the Washington Post with an interesting column, a multi-car pileup as EVs collide with reality. Multi-car pileup as electric vehicles collide with reality. And the reality is the Democrat electric vehicle mandate is a failure. Failed the American people, failed the taxpayers, and just plain failed. For years, President Biden and Democrats tried to force Americans to buy electric vehicles. They tried to do it by banning gas-powered cars. They tried to do it by bribing people with taxpayer subsidies. President Trump has rightly promised to pull the plug on Joe Biden's unpopular electric vehicle mandate. People are delighted. President Trump fulfilled that promise on day one in office. He ended the Biden ban on gas-powered vehicles. In my home state of Wyoming, your home state of Montana, that is welcome relief. The next step is for Congress, for this body, to end the subsidies on electric vehicles, and I've introduced legislation to do just that. My bill ends the $7,500 subsidy for EVs. It also closes the Biden loophole that funnels taxpayer monies, believe it or not, to communist China. Finally, it ends the subsidies for the EV charging stations. The EV subsidies were, in essence, a Biden giveaway. Wanted to give money away to the coastal elites who drive electric vehicles. And it was connected to Biden's unpopular climate dreams. The aggressive push for EVs began with Democrats' reckless tax and spending bill. It included a $7,500 handout for anyone who bought an electric vehicle. Well, not a single Republican in the House or Senate voted for that reckless tax and spending bill. The Joint Committee on Taxation looked at the cost of these EV subsidies because there was going to be a mandate attached. You were going to have to buy an electric vehicle at some point or other. So originally they said it might cost $14 billion. That's a lot of money. When they redid the math a year later, they said the cost estimated would be $100 billion. Outside analysts estimated the cost even higher. Goldman Sachs said that the EV subsidies could cost taxpayers as much as $294 billion, which is 28 times as much as the original thought that it would be when the Joint Committee on Taxation looked at it. These subsidies, this is for a vehicle that most Americans can't afford, don't want, doesn't work for them, doesn't work in my home state of Wyoming, and doesn't work, Mr. President, in your home state of Montana. Most Americans know that EVs are luxury items, severe limitations, certainly can't be the primary source of transportation for most Americans. Average cost of an EV, $62,000. Well, that's $16,000 more than the cost of most gas-powered vehicles. The dealers I talk to in my home state of Wyoming tell me that it takes significantly longer to sell an EV than a gas-powered vehicle. And the EVs that they are able to sell, they end up selling for a loss. The nationwide sales of EVs is also stalling, actually lost market share in 2024. Despite endless subsidies, EVs account for less than 10% of all car sales in America. Now, most of these are sold to wealthier Americans, people who don't need a subsidy from the government to begin with. This is social engineering to benefit the liberal elite. It's a transfer of money from hardworking American families to the wealthy. Every time a wealthy liberal in San Francisco gets a government subsidy when they go and buy an electric car, a working-class family in Sheridan, Wyoming, ends up paying in their taxes. My legislation ends all of that. EVs are a bad investment for American people and for American automakers. This month, Ford projected that in 2025 it would lose over $5.5 billion on its electric vehicles. 2024, Ford sold only 21,000 EVs. It lost $5 billion. That's a loss of $60,000 for each and every electric vehicle that they were able to sell. Now, Ford isn't alone. Major car companies, General Motors, and others are also losing money on EVs. The transition to EVs is also estimated to kill hundreds of thousands of jobs, including in the Midwest, manufacturing jobs of gas-powered vehicles. It's already sending thousands of American workers from the assembly line to the unemployment line. Ending subsidies for EVs is about saving taxpayer money, protecting American jobs, but it's also about protecting our national security. Initially, only EVs made in America were supposed to be eligible for this $7,500 subsidy. But before leaving office, Joe Biden made it easier for those tax credits on EVs to go for those made in with parts from China. It wasn't supposed to happen that way. But Biden and the Democrats, so desperate to force EVs onto the American public, they created a leasing loophole, specifically designed to help China. This is how it works. It allows customers who lease EVs, instead of buy them, but who lease EVs made with Chinese parts, they could still fully receive the subsidy. Well, since 80% of the EV batteries come from China, they had noted a major problem because they weren't going to be able to get the subsidies. That's why they came up with this leasing loophole. Because in 2022, before they had the loophole, only 7% of new EVs were leased. No, because of this Biden gimmick, that number jumped to 45%, almost half of all the EVs in America then being leased rather than bought. The American taxpayers are subsidizing technologies controlled by communist China. It is wrong. My bill ends that. Republicans are focused on what matters: lowering prices, unleashing American energy, creating American jobs, and putting Americans back in the driver's seat. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Is that also Brooks?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, tonight, President Trump will take the podium, and he will have a joint address to Congress and clearly to the nation. Just heard the minority leader of the Senate come to the floor and talk about President Trump's promises. Well, let me talk about those promises, promises made, promises kept by President Trump. He's only been in the office now for 7 weeks, and he has a very strong record of accomplishment in those 7 weeks. What did he promise he would do? He said he would cut wasteful Washington spending. Well, that's a promise that he's kept. What we are seeing is the most comprehensive audit of federal spending of money in history. This administration already in just these short weeks has identified $55 billion of savings. President Trump promised to secure the border. Well, he's kept that promise as well. He immediately began deporting criminal illegal immigrants. They're here in the country illegally and they were criminals, heinous crimes. We're talking about murders, rapists, drug dealers. The word got out around the world. Illegal border crossings in February dropped to an all-time low. President Trump said he would unleash American energy. He's kept that promise as well. On day one, President Trump declared a national energy emergency. Now, this is going to unlock America's full energy potential. He withdrew from the Paris Climate Accord, did it once before, but Joe Biden put us back in. What we saw in the Biden administration is they applied handcuffs to American energy producers and American energy production. President Trump said, nope, we're not doing that. He's opened Alaska's vast amounts of energy for the American people. He pulled the plug on Biden's electric vehicle mandates. He reopened 625 million acres of offshore drilling. Remember, Joe Biden in the final days of administration with his midnight regulation to ban that exploration for American energy. President Trump promised to protect women who participate in sports. He kept that promise. The Trump administration marks a return to common sense. We have seen that return to common sense also, Mr. President, here in the United States Senate, because we're determined to get America back on track. There is no time to waste. One measure of our rapid start is the historic pace with which we've been able to confirm members of President Trump's cabinet. Senate Republicans have now confirmed 20 members of President Trump's cabinet. We confirmed President Trump's education secretary just last evening. So compared to previous presidents, this is a remarkable pace. It's more confirmations than President Obama found that he had at this point in 2009, more confirmations than President Biden had in 2021. It surpasses the timeline of any president in recent history. President Trump's nominees are strong, they are smart, they have a history of success, and that history is going to continue now that they're members of the cabinet. Our successes had direct impact on President Trump's agenda. With his team in place, President Trump has been able to execute effectively and efficiently. The Senate is also acting decisively to secure the border. Within days of taking office, the Senate Republicans passed the Laken Riley Act. The Laken Riley Act is named after a young nursing student in Georgia. She was murdered by an illegal immigrant. She was just out for a jog. We've named the bill in her honor. The Laken Riley Act saves American lives. It requires illegal immigrant criminals to be deported. It was bipartisan legislation. 12 Democrats voted with us to pass this legislation, and it is now the law of the land. The Laken Riley Act sends a clear message that tragedies like this can never be allowed to happen again in the United States of America, that the era of open borders is over. Senate Republicans mean business. After years of crises, we are now securing the border. The numbers tell the story. We are deporting illegal immigrant criminals on a daily basis. And we are also working with the House of Representatives on our shared agenda. We're delivering on the promises that we made to the American people. We're going to secure the border. We'll restore peace through strength. We're unleashing American energy. And we're going to stop the Democrats' oncoming freight train of a $4 trillion tax increase. Democrats oppose all of these things. They want to raise American public taxes by $4 trillion. Mr. President, we're going to stop that. President Trump is only, 43 days in this office in his historic presidency, an incredible comeback victory, the comeback king, as I call him, from his ability to win this election, 312 electoral votes, every one of the battleground states. And this president has not wasted a second, a minute, an hour, or a day in office because he knows how important it is to act quickly. And he's doing that. He's solving the urgent problems that are facing our nation. It's what the American people elected him to do. It's what the American people expect, and that's what the American people are seeing. So the President is working with the House and with the Senate, all of us working together to get America back on track. And we're going to deliver what the American people have asked for: safety and prosperity for the people of this great country. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today having just heard the minority leader come to the floor and had his reflections on last night's address to the nation by President Donald Trump. Well, a man's entitled to his opinion. This morning, however, CBS News reported on what the viewers at home thought about what they saw. Headline is, Poll of Trump's 2025 joint address to Congress finds large majority of viewers approve. Large majority? 76% of the viewers approved of what they heard last night. They asked those viewers, did the President spend time on talking about the issues that you care about? 2 out of 3 said yes, indeed. Speech, how did they make people feel? What did they say? Almost 70% said hopeful for the future. Over half said proud of America. Speech viewers described the President as presidential, inspiring, and unifying. The question they asked is, does President Trump have a clear plan for inflation? More than 2 out of 3 said yes. That's what the American people saw. So apparently the minority leader did not see the same speech or did not reflect the same way as the great majority of the American viewers at home. Because last night, I believe people saw President Trump's bold agenda and rapid action in motion, and that was focused on securing the border. Joint addresses to Congress are typically about making promises, but last night it was different. President Trump spoke about the promises he is keeping, the action that he has already taken to make our country safer. The numbers tell the story. Under President Trump in February, there were less than 9,000 illegal crossings at our southern border. That is the lowest in recorded history. Under Joe Biden, the border was a very different story. The border was wide open for members of criminal cartels, for drug dealers, for people on the terrorist watch list. So last month was February. We're now into March, so we look at February 2022, 2023, 2024, and now with President Trump back in office. February 2022, under Joe Biden, 160,000 illegal crossings. 2023, 157,000 illegal crossings. 2024, 190,000 illegal crossings. President Trump, less than 9,000. Joe Biden was having these numbers in a single day when he was in the White House. President Trump is securing the border. He's doing it boldly. He's doing it strongly. He's doing it with intention. So one illegal immigrant said, "It's too hard. You can't cross right now." That's the message we wanted. American people wanted illegal immigrants to be hearing. It's too hard. Don't even try it. Under President Trump, we actually have reverse migration. It's a reality. Cartel criminals once profited from the border invasion. Not anymore. One smuggler told NBC News that his profits had fallen 80%. It's a good message for them to all hear. Illegal immigrants are turning around, and at the same time, illegal criminals in this country are being taken down. In my home state of Wyoming, ICE recently arrested 2 Mexican nationals, drug dealers. One is a man who's found with a pound of methamphetamine. President Trump is taking cold-blooded criminals like this off of our streets and getting them out of the country. President Trump is also fighting to stop the drug cartels. And these are the people who are flooding our nation with deadly drugs. Fentanyl poisons and kills more than 70,000 American citizens each and every year. This is a crisis. Day one, President Trump listed these killer cartel members as terrorist organizations. No other president has taken such a bold step, ever, and it's working. The cartels are now shutting down drug labs. The leaders are going into hiding. For the first time in years, the cartels are running scared. That's the way it should be. President Trump said he's going to do whatever it takes to keep Americans safe. President Trump began his first day in office by signing dozens of executive orders. He cracked down on illegal immigrant criminals in each and every one of our communities. He empowered the Border Patrol agents. They are securing the border once again. He launched the largest deportation operation in history. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers have started to deport the worst illegal immigrant criminals. President Trump also made sure American taxpayers stopped spending billions of their dollars on free hotels, on free phones, on free health care for illegal immigrants, which of course acted as a magnet to bring more illegal immigrants into the country. It's not the message they're hearing today. Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid are for American citizens, not for illegal immigrants. President Trump's actions are going to protect and preserve these vital programs for the very people that the programs were intended from the beginning. The American public overwhelmingly supports what President Trump is doing. CBS News, the same people that did the poll this morning on how successful and how much the people of this country welcomed the president's address last night. Well, last week, CBS News reported that 59% of Americans approve of President Trump's deportation program. 64% say the president's actions are reducing illegal migration and crossings at the southern border. That's what the American people want. It's what they voted for in November, a secure border. People around this country oppose what the Democrats are doing in sanctuary cities like Chicago, Los Angeles, Denver, and Boston. They oppose funneling their hard-earned taxpayers to pay for benefits for illegal immigrants. People want safety, they want security, and they want some sanity coming out of Washington that they didn't have in the last 4 years. That's what President Trump and that's what Republicans are delivering. But this is only the beginning. Last night, President Trump laid out a clear path forward. He said the Department of Homeland Security needs backup, needs manpower, and we need to finish the wall. Manpower, technology, the wall, they are essential for full border security. That's why 2 weeks ago, Mr. President, you and I and other members and our colleagues here on the Republican side of the aisle passed a budget that increases funding for border security. Senate Republicans voted for more border agents, more detention beds, more deportation flights. Every Democrat, when having an opportunity to vote for those things, voted no. Securing the border is why I introduced a bill called Build the Wall Act. My legislation finishes building the wall along the southern border, and it was paid for with unspent COVID money. The money's still there. Stopping the killer cartels is why the Senate needs to now pass the Halt Fentanyl Act. Lives are on the line. Fentanyl is the #1 killer of Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. Permanently listing deadly illicit fentanyl as a Schedule I drug, I believe, will save lives. The Halt Fentanyl Act is bipartisan, passed the Senate Judiciary Committee 16-5, passed the House of Representatives with the support of 98 Democrats, and I'm grateful for that Leader Thune is preparing to bring it to the floor. The Senate is going to deliver a secure border, safer communities. That's what the American people demand, and, Mr. President, is what the American people deserve. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. President, the American people know that our government is too big and it spends too much. The American people want to see an end to this wasteful Washington spending. They want Washington to work for them, not for Washington. President Trump shares those views, and He wants government to work both efficiently and effectively. He is putting a stop to waste, to fraud, and to abuse. Democrats in this body are now, believe it or not, threatening a shutdown of the government of the United States. Shutting down the government is not an outcome that President Trump wants. It's not an outcome that any of the Republicans want. It costs money to shut down the government, and then it costs even more money to open the government again. These shutdown Democrats, they're acting irresponsibly. And why are they doing it? Because they want to defend the wasteful Washington spending that has gotten the American people so upset. Look, what kind of waste have people been finding? Let me point out, Mr. President, what we've been seeing that President Trump and those working with him have been able to find in terms of government waste. $2 million to develop sustainable recycling models in the Balkans. $19 million on biodiversity conversations on biodiversity in Nepal. $47 million to improve learning outcomes in Asia. $1.5 million on, quote, voter confidence, close quote, in Liberia, Africa. $21 million for voter turnout in India. That's why the Democrats want to shut down the government. They want to continue this reckless Washington spending. They want to stop Republicans from pulling out, rooting out the waste, the fraud, and the abuse. This government runs out of money in 8 days. We need to pass legislation to get beyond that. But more and more Democrats in this Congress are calling for a shutdown as this deadline nears. Here's a headline from Politico this past week. Democrats are serious about a shutdown. Here's another from The Hill this past week. Democrats digging in against full-year CR as shutdown deadline ticks closer. Senator Andy Kim of New Jersey said, yes, Democrats would shut down the government. Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey, who is a member of the leadership of the Democrat Party, said Democrats will use every possible tool to stop President Trump. Senator Jeff Merkley from Oregon, what did he say? He said he's open to shutting down the government. Democrats in House leadership also refused to come to the table and negotiate a spending deal. The Senate should reject these reckless efforts. A shutdown strains Border Patrol agents. A shutdown strains our military, because we know, Mr. President, that Border Patrol agents and our troops will have to work regardless, and they won't get paid during the shutdown. They get paid later, but not during the shutdown. It makes it very difficult to make ends meet if the paycheck isn't there at the end of the week. These brave men and women should not have to pay the price because Democrats hate President Trump. These people make enough sacrifices on behalf of keeping our nation safe and secure. Congress should be willing to make sure that they get a paycheck, not get caught in political games. Make no mistake, Mr. President, the American people want President Trump's urgent action. They want it to continue. President Trump is doing exactly what the American people voted for. Democrats calling for a shutdown are failing the American taxpayers, they're failing our service members, and they're failing our Border Patrol agents. They sat on their hands during President Trump's inspiring address to the nation the other evening. They opposed the common sense changes that Americans voted for. If there is a shutdown, Mr. President, it will be driven by and directed by the Democrats. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. President, I come to the floor. The minority leader has just spoken on the floor of the United States Senate, and I would like to begin today's comments by quoting the senator from New York. Here's a quote. Senator Schumer says, "Shutting down the government over a policy difference is self-defeating." He went on to say, "It accomplishes nothing but pain and suffering for the country, and it incurs an enormous political cost to the party shutting it down." When did he say those things? Well, he said them in 2019. Well, they are as true today as they were then. Apparently, he has forgotten those things. He's forgotten the enormous suffering to the country that is caused, and the political cost to the party shutting it down. So who would be the party shutting down the government if we shut down at midnight tomorrow night? Well, according to this morning's, and as I say, Mr. President, and you know this, I come to the floor often with a newspaper article, today's Washington Post, Democrats prepare to reject a bill to avert a shutdown. It's the Democrats who would be shutting down the government. Now, that's the Washington Post, clearly someone that so often sides with the Democrats. What about the liberal New York Times? What are they saying this morning? Specter of shutdown is growing as Democrats resist funding. They resist funding the government. It is the Democrats who are doing this. And then there's a picture of Senator Schumer in today's Wall Street Journal. So we've seen the Washington Post, the New York Times, and now the Wall Street Journal. Schumer signals block of funding bill. Let me go back. It accomplishes nothing, he said, in 2019. But pain and suffering for the country, that's what the Democrats want, the American people to suffer now, pain and suffering, because they don't want to fund the government. They want to shut it down. As he said, it incurs enormous political cost to the party shutting it down, and that cost should be imposed upon the party shutting it down, and the party shutting it down are the Democrats in the United States Senate. In less than 48 hours, government funding expires, and Senator Schumer and his party are on the verge of shutting down the government of the United States. The deadline is looming. The Democrats now face a crucial choice. Pass the bill that has already passed the House of Representatives, fund the government, or shut it down. There is no magical third option for the Democrats or for the country. We are on the brink of, once again, a Democrat shutdown of government. Why? Because they refuse to accept that President Trump and the Republicans won the election. They hate the fact. Heard a lot of talk about how we got here. Let me set the record straight, because this shutdown has been driven and directed by the Democrats. You remember, Mr. President, last year when the Democrats were in the majority, Senator Schumer was the majority leader. Joe Biden was in the White House, president. And last year, the Senate Appropriations Committee, chaired by a Democrat, passed 11 of 12 appropriations bills. Look, I'm so grateful for the work of Senator Susan Collins of Maine, vice chairman of that committee, worked hard and led Republican efforts to get each of those bills done on time through the committee, and they produced results. Each of the bills passed the committee, bipartisan appropriations bills, strong bipartisan support, some unanimous, and these bills were all passed last summer. From the time they passed the final one of those bills, and let me just point out, Mr. Chairman, I have the list of them. July 11th, they passed military constructions, veterans affairs, agriculture, food, legislative branch. Unanimous, 27-0 in each of those passed the committee. July 25th, Commerce, Science, Justice and Science passed. Interior passed, 28-1. State and Foreign Ops passed, and Transportation. And then on August 1st, Energy and Water Development, 28-0. Defense, 28-0. Labor, Health and Human Services, Education, Financial Services, all of them passed the Appropriations Committee. Done, passed. Senator Schumer had 224 days to bring up any one of those bills on the Senate floor. He absolutely categorically refused to bring a single appropriation bill to the floor of the United States Senate when he was the majority leader, even though the bills came out unanimously and one of his own members was chairman of that committee. He ignored her. She said, take him to the floor. He refused to put a single one of those 11 appropriations bills that came out of the committee to the floor. He refused to govern, and now he wants to shut down the government. His burn the house attitude is what we're dealing with. Rule or ruin approach. It is irresponsible and it is reckless, and he's trying to lead the entire Democrats in the Senate over the cliff and hurt the American public in the process. Look, the right thing to do is to keep the government open. It costs money to shut down the government, it costs taxpayer dollars, and it costs even more to reopen the government. A government shutdown denies the American people services that they need, that they want, that they wait for. It forces our military and our Border Patrol to work without pay. Look, it's time to move on from the Democrats' failures. It's time to get this done, time to govern. That's what the American people elected the Republicans to do. The business of the Senate will not stop because of Democrats made for TV and made for their liberal base temper tantrums. Senate Democrats want a grandstand. We're going to continue to move deliberately and decisively and continue to work to confirm more of President Trump's well-qualified nominees. So it's the choice of the Democrats on the other side: govern or grandstand. The American people are watching. You know, they watched a week or so ago, Mr. President, when the President of the United States addressed this joint session of Congress. The American people watched. What they saw was immature antics by the Democrats sitting there in the House chamber, waving their little paddles, refusing to applaud a young man with brain cancer, refusing to applaud families that have gone through great tragedy. It was juvenile. It was wrong. That's what the American people saw. People that were watching that presentation by the President of the United States saw a strong leader and saw a Democrat Party in disarray, acting as juveniles, and now it appears the Senate wants to do exactly the same thing by shutting down the government. The American people that watched the President address a week ago are watching today, and they know that if there is a government shutdown, as it looks like we're heading to tomorrow night, it is going to be at the deliberate direction of the Democrat Party. Thank you, Mr. President. And before yielding the floor, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Pulte nomination.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Republican whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, for the last 4 years when Joe Biden was president, the American people knew that the southern border had been thrown wide open. So many of the television stories were done at the southern border. So what has happened now with the criminal cartels? The criminal cartels were watching closely, and they knew that Joe Biden hadn't just thrown open the southern border, he had also thrown open the northern border. The criminal cartels noticed, and they took advantage. There are unique threats to the United States at our northern border. President Trump is taking the bold, decisive, swift action that is necessary to secure that border as well. His actions are working, and he's not going to let up. Canada is making changes. They've agreed to deploy to the border more technology. That's helpful. More law enforcement officers. That's helpful. Canada also created their first ever national fentanyl czar. That's helping. Democrats have said in the past that they want to see the northern border secured. Sure not acting like it today. Let's take a look at what some of the Democrats have said in the past. Senator Maggie Hassan of New Hampshire said in March, strengthening security at our northern border is vital to keeping both New Hampshire and our country safe. Senator Kristen Gillibrand of New York said in September, Border Patrol agents at the northern border are struggling to address a dramatic increase in illegal border crossings. Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota, a member of the Democrat leadership, called for in January of 2022 an expansion of federal anti-trafficking and anti-smuggling efforts on the northern border. Now, today, however, Democrats are going to bring to the floor a resolution to throw out the common sense action that a number of them have previously called for to secure the northern border. They want to get rid of that. The message is clear. Democrats remain the party of open borders. They lost an election being the party of open borders and high prices. Today, they want to become once again known as the party of open borders. The largest, longest land border in the world is the border between the United States and Canada. That northern border is twice as long as our southern border with Mexico. And so much of that northern border, as you know, Mr. Chairman, is unguarded. The northern border stretches across 13 states: New York, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, New Hampshire. Then you get out west, vast areas. The Federal Bureau of Investigation Director Kash Patel testified before Congress last week. What did he say? Well, he spoke about the threats facing our country today, and he issued a stark warning. He said, known and suspected terrorists are flowing in through our northern border more now than they are at the southern border. This is the facts. The northern border is now a hot spot for terror suspects, for drug cartels. In the Biden administration, we'd come to the floor and talk about how many terror suspects were captured coming across the southern border. The number is astonishing now at the northern border. The cartels got the message. President Trump's doing what he promised to do at the southern border, secure the southern border. So they're coming up to the northern border. 143 terror suspects already caught this year at our northern border by Border Patrol agents. Why so many? Because that's where they're coming from now. They realize they have no chance at the southern border, so now the assault is coming at the northern border. And if that's how many that we've captured, how many have we not? This is a threat to the safety of our communities, Mr. President. The Mexican cartels also have a growing presence at the northern border. You think the Mexican cartels, their presence would be the southern border, adjacent to Mexico. But I'm telling you, the Mexican cartels now have a greater presence at our northern border. It's going to be a surprise to most people. CNN recently interviewed a drug smuggler, a smuggler who works for a major Mexican cartel. That smuggler revealed a chilling fact. He said the cartel is moving pounds and pounds and pounds of fentanyl across our northern border each and every month. Human traffickers are also taking advantage of our open northern border. In 2024, in just one sector, more than 19,000 people crossed into our country illegally. More illegal crossings in one sector in 1 year than in the previous 17 years combined. We're talking about the border between the United States and Canada. The explosion of drug smuggling and human trafficking is hurting our American communities. And the impacts are felt way beyond the border. Fentanyl overdose deaths are the leading cause of death in young adults. Illegal immigration strains our communities, it strains our schools, it strains our hospitals. President Trump and Republicans are determined, Mr. President, to stop this surge at our borders, both the northern border and the southern border, because this is a life and death issue for the American public. Canada needs to continue to work closely with us to intercept deadly drugs and terror suspects. The security of both our nations depends upon it. The best way to protect our communities is to secure our borders. Now, this is not what Senator Kane's resolution does. The resolution that the Democrats are going to bring to the floor today, and probably every one of them are going to vote for, it's going to undermine the work that the United States and Canada are doing to secure the northern border. Fortunately, for the safety of the American people, the House of Representatives will not take up this legislation if it even passes the Senate. Never going to make it to President Trump's desk. Senate Republicans are moving forward this week on major legislation that includes strong border provisions, protecting the border. This legislation will give the Border Patrol agents the tools that they need to secure the border and deport criminal illegal immigrants, both northern and southern. Republicans are out there focused, working every day to make our communities safer. Democrats are not. They continue to be the party of open borders. Republicans are focusing on results, and the results speak for themselves. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just listened to my colleague from Kansas and just how commendable the example that he has set to go and visit absolutely every one of the single hospitals in the state of Kansas. That's an example for all of us, to get out and talk to our constituents, listen to what they have to say. And the senior senator for Kansas has, I think, set an example for all of us. He visits every county in his state repeatedly, yearly, and it's a model for all. So I'm so happy to hear him address these issues in this body this morning. Mr. President, I also heard the speaker speak, who was the senator from New York, Senator Schumer, and what I heard him do is something different. What he did is he mischaracterized a budget term called the current policy baseline. First and foremost, the Budget Committee has consulted with the Senate parliamentarian on the substitute amendment that we're bringing to the Senate today. The parliamentarian has deemed it appropriate for consideration under the Congressional Budget Act. The Budget Act is also clear. The Budget Committee chairman decides the baseline. I served in this body when it was the Democrats arguing in favor of the current policy baseline. That was in 2013, when President Barack Obama was in the White House. And the Obama administration and the Senate Democrat majority at the time argued that a current policy baseline was, quote, the appropriate reference point when it extended existing tax policy. Senate Republicans are simply following the law and the standard that the Obama administration wanted followed in 2013. Current policy baseline is how we make the tax cuts permanent. It is how we stop a $4 trillion tax increase, a tax increase supported unanimously by today's Senate Democrats. Because for the Senate Democrats, their favorite day is coming soon, Tax Day, April 15th. And millions of Americans today are filling out their tax forms. People are going to spend time this weekend trying to get it right. And as they do, I ask myself and wonder if these people that are working so hard at home, hardworking people earning money and having to fill out their tax forms, if they realize that Democrats right here in the United States Senate want to raise those taxes by a cumulative number of $4 trillion. Look, a $4 trillion tax increase on American families would be devastating. Senate Republicans are fighting against it. Republicans want to make the 2017 tax cuts permanent. We want to reverse the Democrat failures of the past 4 years. We're focusing on getting America back on track. Let's look at the tax cuts that occurred a number of years ago. Tax reform restored fairness and simplicity to the tax code. Americans are better off because of it. It's one of the things that resulted in the best economic times of my life. Within 2 years of passing the tax cuts, the United States added millions and millions of new jobs. Unemployment fell dramatically to its lowest point in 50 years. Many businesses grew, invested. Most importantly, hardworking Americans had more money in their pockets to spend. In Wyoming, I heard of one local business owner who used the tax cuts to give his employees a raise. He also expanded his business. More jobs, more economic opportunities for people in his part of the state of Wyoming. This is what happens when Washington taxes less and taxpayers get to keep more of their hard-earned money. It's good for families, good for businesses. It is good for our nation. In Wyoming and across the country, millions and millions of workers were benefited from the higher pay, the bigger bonuses, and the best opportunities that come from lower taxes. By making these tax cuts permanent, businesses and families will get the stability and the certainty that they need in order to thrive. Like 90% of Americans saw their taxes go down because of tax reform. It would be disastrous for the tax and spend Senate Democrats, those who brought us the highest inflation in our lifetime, if they were to choke off the chance for Americans to keep more of their hard-earned money. American families would see their taxes go up if the Democrats get their way. 20 million businesses would see their taxes go up if Democrats get their way. 6 million jobs and $540 billion in wages could be erased if Democrats get their way. In all, families, workers, and job creators are facing a $4 trillion tax increase. When Republicans passed this Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, Speaker Nancy Pelosi, she was Speaker of the House at the time of California, famously dismissed the savings and the bonuses and the benefits. She said that these wins for workers, she described them as crumbs. Democrats continue to dismiss the burden of higher taxes. Listen to what Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts said. She said cutting taxes was nothing more than tossing a few crumbs at the American people. Well, listen to what Senator Cory Gardner of New Jersey said. He blamed workers who received bonuses from tax reform for what he said, driving up the debt. Don't recall him saying that in his last 25 hours on the floor of the Senate. Didn't repeat it again. Democrats are out of touch with America's families. That's what's happening here. It's been proven by the results of the November election, and their condescending liberal attitude is a threat to the American dream. They just think they know better than everybody else. It's wrong for Democrats to force hardworking taxpayers to pay for wasteful Washington spending. But fortunately for the hardworking taxpayer of this country, President Trump is in the White House, Senate Republicans are in the majority, and common sense is coming to Washington. Senate Republicans are going to continue to put an end to this wasteful Washington spending because we stand with American workers, with the job creators, and with the small businesses of this country. Hardworking taxpayers are soon going to see where each and every senator stands. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. President, I come to the floor having just listened to my colleague, the senior senator from New York, the minority leader, talk about the upcoming efforts from the Republicans with regard to America's economy. And if you ask me what is the #1 goal of the legislation that is being proposed, it's we want to prevent a $4 trillion tax increase that will hit every working family in this country that the Democrats are for. So he goes on and on about different things in the bill. Let's get down to the purpose of the bill, and it is to prevent a $4 trillion tax increase that the Democrats support. But I come to the floor today, Mr. President, to talk about a different topic, and that topic is coal, and specifically Wyoming coal, which is world-class coal, clean coal, low-sulfur coal, and this is Wyoming coal. We need more of it, not less of it, to power our nation. Available, affordable, reliable. This has powered our nation for over a century, continues to be a major source of power for our nation, and we need it far into the future. And today, to that case, President Trump is going to sign an executive order making clear his commitment to American energy independence. The President is moving very quickly in terms of boosting the coal industry. It's part of this bold plan that the administration has to restore American energy dominance. We have more coal in this country than any other country in the world. It's one of our most affordable, reliable, and abundant sources of energy on the planet. And in America, we can use that coal cleaner than ever before. Wyoming's Powder River Basin produces the cleanest burning coal in the world. Nearly half of all coal produced in America comes from the Powder River Basin in Wyoming and our neighboring state of Montana. Wyoming's energy warriors will lead the way. For years, Democrats have held coal captive with reckless regulations, making it harder for us to use American energy and making us more dependent on foreign sources of energy. Joe Biden took coal offline in America. Democrats' war on American energy strained our grid, subsidized unreliable energy, and as a result, energy prices spiked in their administration by 31%. That hit American consumers, American manufacturers, American families, and it hurt our economy. Meanwhile, what we know is that China is opening up 2 new coal-fired power plants each and every week. Hard to believe, but they're doing it. They continue to build those power plants in China. We'll talk about what they want to do with that energy and what we need to do in America. Because President Trump is cutting red tape so we can compete again. Compete with China, and coal is making a comeback. Wyoming wins, America wins, but not China. Americans demand, what do Americans want? They want affordable, reliable, available power. They need the energy, and clean coal will deliver it. American energy is rocket fuel for a stronger economy, also for a more secure nation. But what does more energy mean? Well, it means lower prices for consumers and manufacturers and producers. Electricity demand is projected to double by the year 2050. We cannot meet this demand if we lock up our valuable energy resources. But that's what the Democrats wanted us to do. That was the purity plan that they had the last 4 years. The high energy prices under this previous administration, it drove up food prices, fuel prices, strained families. All of this hurt our nation, hurt our economy. President Trump wants to produce more American energy, and that includes coal. Investing in American energy, it lowers the cost of food. It puts more money back into the families' pockets. This is how we need to deal with the energy crunch that we are facing. Plus, this creates more American jobs, bring jobs back to our country. Coal is an engine of our American economy. The Democrats continue to treat it as an enemy. Everything we do in this country relies on energy. We need more energy, not less. Steel producers, manufacturers, data centers need steady, reliable power if we are going to compete and win. Electricity needed for data centers alone is predicted to increase by up to 20% each year over the next 5 years. Coal will help power them. It will give our industry an edge, a competitive advantage. In turn, more workers will find that they get steady, reliable paychecks. Coal miners will also get new opportunities. All of America will get a boost. More American energy also means that data centers, artificial intelligence, we are major users of energy, will grow here in America, not overseas. With it, we can power our economy, we can win the energy race, we can win the AI, artificial intelligence race against communist China. More energy secures our nation. Energy security is national security. Republicans understand it. President Trump understands it. That's why he's going to do what he's doing this afternoon at the White House, and I'm delighted to have been invited to be part of it. We don't need more liberal energy chokeholds. Energy independence is what matters for our nation and our future. You know, Europe last year spent $23 billion on Russian oil and gas because they didn't have enough of their own energy. Well, that's more money than Europe sent in aid to Ukraine. This shows you that Europe's energy crisis proves the dependency on our enemies for energy is self-defeating. American energy dominance, including clean coal, reduces our nation's vulnerability. The climate alarmists, and we hear them in this, and they'll come to the floor to talk about this, they claim that coal is the energy of the past. They're misinformed. Clean coal is a fuel for the future. It's affordable, it's reliable, ready to go. President Trump knows that. He knows that coal is a key ingredient in an all-of-the-above energy strategy and agenda for our nation. So I look forward to standing today with President Trump to celebrate this victory for Wyoming and for America and for a strong energy future for our nation. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Yes, unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm delighted that today the United States Senate is going to confirm Governor Mike Huckabee to be our U.S. ambassador to Israel. Governor Huckabee is a fierce friend to one of our closest allies. He's the right leader to have this very important job. This is a man who has visited Israel more than 100 times. He knows its people, he knows its purpose, he knows its potential. He also knows its promise. That is why I am sure that he will receive bipartisan support today. His confirmation will strengthen the unbreakable bond between America and Israel. It is a bond that is stronger than ever under President Trump. Security is a backbone of our special relationship, and shared values are our moral bedrock. Liberty, faith, and opportunity, those are our shared beliefs. That's why America has always supported Israel. Historically, 1948, America recognized the creation of Israel 11 minutes after its birth. America was the first nation to recognize a free and democratic Jewish state. We've stood shoulder to shoulder with the people of Israel ever since. President Trump's record is proof of America's unwavering support. His first term delivered historic progress. He forged the Abrams Accords. He shattered decades of deadlock to bring peace and prosperity to the Middle East. He moved the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem as promised, which is Israel's eternal capital. President Trump recognized Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights. He stood firm against Iran. The nomination and confirmation of Governor Huckabee improves on a stellar record. Today, the threats facing the United States and Israel are growing, menacing. Iran is racing to nuclear weapons. Iran's hired henchmen attack Israel from all sides. Hamas continues to wage war against Israel, and it continues to hold innocent hostages captive. The Houthis in Yemen are launching drone attacks against Israel. Israel's right to defend itself is not up for debate. America's security assistance to Israel is not a handout. It is necessary to keep Israel safe, and it is necessary to stop terrorism. Republicans understand that. We back Israel unequivocally. Yet Democrats in this body are wavering. Last week, Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont tried to cancel $8.8 billion in weapons transfers to Israel. He failed. Every Republican voted with Israel, but 15 Democrats voted against Israel. This isn't the first time this year that Senate Democrats have stood against Israel. Today, there is a loud pro-Hamas fringe, and they're trying to hijack the Democrat Party. It isn't just happening in the Senate, it's happening around the country, it's happening by campus radicals on our nation's college campuses. It's worse than bad politics, this is dangerous policy. We're at an inflection point in history. Hamas launched a brutal attack against Israel on October 7th of 2023. It was the deadliest single-day attack against the people of Israel, the Jewish people, since the Holocaust. Israel continues to fight for its safety and its survival. Faced with this reality, Democrats still are abandoning Israel, and that puts both Israel and America at risk. Here are the facts. Israel's democracy, Hamas terrorists are butchers. Israel shields its citizens, Hamas uses its citizens as human shields. Israel sends food to Gaza. Hamas steals the food and starves the people. That's why the Palestinian people are protesting against Hamas. Hamas faces the most serious challenge to its rule in 18 years. Israel fights terror. It has every right to defend itself. America has chosen a side. We stand with Israel. Our support is unwavering. It is unbreakable. No apologies made. Peace in the Middle East starts with supporting Israel, not appeasing our adversaries. Now, the roadblock to peace continues to be Iran. President Trump is restoring maximum pressure on the Iranian regime. President Trump is choking off Iran's oil sales with strong sanctions. President Trump is hammering the Houthis, the terrorists who attack our troops. President Trump has reversed Joe Biden's foolish arms embargo on Israel. This is going to help Israel win the war, and it will help bring home the hostages. President Trump is slapping down sham kangaroo courts that target Israel simply for defending itself. This is leadership. This is moral clarity. The Senate is moving to confirm Governor Huckabee in spite of Democrat efforts to slow it down. We are right to do that, Mr. President. America and Israel share urgent challenges. We also share a sacred cause. Governor Huckabee is the right man at the right time with the right values to carry forward that cause. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. President.
Republican Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as you know, in the final days in office, the Biden administration gave California, the liberal state of California, permission to export its far-left electric vehicle mandate to the entire country. This week, this Senate will end California's mandate madness. Now, I listened to some of the Democrats' arguments on the floor yesterday. Mr. President, there was a lot of huffing and puffing going on about the sanctity of the Government Accountability Office and about the filibuster, which, let me remind you, every single Democrat has promised to eliminate. There were wild accusations that the sky was falling on the United States Senate. What nobody who tuned in heard is what these California rules would actually do to our country. Well, why not, Mr. President? Isn't that why Democrats are really so panicked? Isn't that why Democrats and Joe Biden waited until after the election, after they lost the election in the House, the Senate, and the White House, to spring this whole thing on the American people? They were losers going out the door, and they said, we're coming after you, the American people, with our leftist dreams. Isn't that why they spent months coordinating this release with their allies at the GAO? So they could avoid, or at least try to avoid, Senate scrutiny under the Congressional Review Act? Isn't that what they were really up to? Well, it is what they were up to. So why are the Democrats so darn desperate to talk about anything and everything except what these punishing rules will actually do to America, American workers, and the American economy? Well, let me tell you why. California EV mandates ban the sale of gas-powered cars and trucks. No more in America, gas-powered cars. Can you imagine that in Oklahoma or my home state of Wyoming? They threaten, the Democrats want to threaten the freedom of every American to choose what they drive. That's what this is about. EVs currently make up 7% of the U.S. market. Even in California, they account for only 20% of vehicle sales. And you know what else? The sales are stalling. They're stalling out. People don't want these. Even with the big government subsidies, people don't want to buy these things. Yet California's radical mandates require that by next year, and it's coming, we're already into May of this year, by next year, by January, that all vehicle sales in the state of California, 35% of them have to be electric. That's 6 months from now, 7 months from now. By 2035, it'd be 100% of vehicle sales in California have to be electric. Big penalties if it doesn't meet that. For the people that are making the cars, that people don't want to buy. This is a whole new meaning in California of fantasy land. That's what we're dealing with here. America can't meet these impossible standards, not next year, not 10 years, and the American people don't want to meet those standards. For car makers, the consequences are severe. If you don't sell enough electric vehicles, California is saying to them and to the other states that sign on to this, even when Americans don't want to buy them, too bad, California, these people will pay a fine of $20,000 per vehicle. $20,000 per vehicle because people don't want to buy what the government says they gotta buy. Look, there are ways to avoid this fine, and one way is limiting the sales of gas-powered vehicles. Well, that's rationing. That's what we're seeing. The Democrats want to ration the sales of gas-powered vehicles to live in their fantasy land of everybody driving an electric vehicle. Look, the harms of this mandate extend way beyond just car makers. The Democrat mandates would cost the economy about $100 billion a year. $100 billion. The impact would be about 330,000 jobs lost. The Democrat mandate would punish hardworking families. Prices would be higher. They're trying to buy these regular gas-powered vehicles because there would be fewer for sale. They would bury small businesses under crushing compliance costs. In my home state of Wyoming and rural states like ours, farmers, ranchers, they'd suffer both from EVs' limited reliability and clearly from their limited range. And people drive long distances in Wyoming, to school, to the grocery store, to work. Every American citizen would lose options whether you live in California or not. So you have the California EV mandates, and the Democrats don't want to talk about that part of it. They're expensive, they're expansive, and they are economically destructive. They would hurt our economy, hurt our workers, hurt the pocketbooks and purses of Mr. and Mrs. America. This isn't just a California problem, it's a nationwide assault on gas-powered cars in America. The California mandates cover over 40% of all new cars in the country. They span 11 states, including big population states, New York, New Jersey, here in the District of Columbia. All of them signed on to California's radical attempt to set a new national standard. So it's not just a California standard, everyone's impacted. The California senators, the members of this body, they actually brag about this overreach of this mandate on EVs. The junior senator from California, he says he's, quote, very proud that his state's liberal agenda can control the country. How many members of this Senate, and certainly on this side there, want to share the pride of California's liberal agenda controlling the country? The American public on Election Day rejected the liberal agenda of California, whether it comes to electric vehicles, whether it comes to open borders, whether it comes to sanctuary cities, a sanctuary state, their efforts to defund police. People have rejected all across the country the liberal agenda controlling our country. So Democrats have this delusional dream. They want to eliminate gas-powered vehicles. The rest of us, we live in the real world. And that's what we're doing here today. Because in the real world, gas-powered vehicles keep our farms running, keep our ranches going, keep our businesses thriving, keep our economy moving. The Congressional Review Act provides the Senate a swift and permanent solution. With a simple majority here in the Senate, Congress can kill these rules and ban similar ones forever. Not just the Senate, the House as well. And the fight goes beyond party lines because it's not just about Republicans or Democrats, it's about common sense. It's about control. The House of Representatives voted on this, Mr. President. They wanted to end these punishing California mandates. So how'd the vote go? Well, every Republican voted to kill the mandate, as you can imagine. 35 House Democrats voted to kill this mandate, including Democrats from the state of California, who realized just how impractical and expensive and impossible it would be to comply with what the Biden administration tried to force feed the American people after they lost the election, lost the presidency, lost the House, and lost the Senate. A New York Democrat who voted with the Republicans and with these 35 other Democrats said, out of touch with reality is what these California mandates are. Out of touch with reality. Even the junior senator from Michigan, a Democrat, campaigned and won an election in 2024 against EV mandates. Well, we'll see how she votes today on the floor of the Senate after she campaigned last year in Michigan against the EV mandates. Will she be against them today when we vote on this? Well, time will tell, Mr. President. She actually told voters, drive what you want. We'll see today if she really believes that, or she says, drive what you want, but you can only buy what I'm demanding that you buy, an electric vehicle. We will see in the vote today. Senate Democrats now want to force-feed electric vehicles to everyone in America. So Democrats are claiming the Congressional Review Act doesn't apply. They don't want to talk about the policy. They want to say, well, the Congressional Review Act shouldn't apply. These last-minute objections by Democrats are very flawed. What they're citing is a non-binding observation by the Government Accountability Office, an observation that said, for the first time in history, an agency-submitted rule wasn't a rule. That's what they're saying. The argument collapses under scrutiny. The Environmental Protection Agency submitted these rules as rules to Congress this year after being released by the Biden administration in his final days in office. That's a fact. No one disputes it. The Democrats don't dispute it. They know what happened. They know they're trying to sneak one through. They know it. Under the Congressional Review Act, that makes these rules subject to review. Period. End of story. They're subject to review. The GAO has no veto power over this body, the United States Senate. Not a veto from the Congressional Review Act, not a veto under the Senate rules, not a veto under Senate precedent. They have no standing. More troubling, the GAO's actions suggest bias, because left-wing bureaucrats at the GAO rushed a response in only 13 days to prop up the mandates. How do we know that? Because we know they colluded with Senate Democrats to do so. When Republicans challenged the GAO's observations, Senate Democrats turned to scare tactics now about the filibuster. It's ironic, since every Senate Democrat has either voted for or campaigned on eliminating the filibuster. This Senate vote on the California EV mandates, it's not about Senate rules, Mr. President. It's about Democrats' delusional dream to eliminate gas-powered vehicles forever. That's what they want. What their complaints are is a smokescreen to save a pillar of their Green New Deal. You know, years ago, Congress created a fast-track procedure. It was actually 1996. That's when the Congress passed the Congressional Review Act. This week, the Senate must decide, do we uphold our rights under the Congressional Review Act, or do we give the GAO a veto over Congressional Review Act now and forever? Our decision is going to shape the future of the Congressional Review Act. Americans have spoken. They have rejected EV mandates in November at the ballot box. The House has acted in a bipartisan way with 35 Democrats joining all the Republicans, and it's now up to the Senate to stop these EV mandates from taking hold on our nation. I want to thank my colleagues who led the effort. Chairman Shelley Moore Capito of West Virginia, Senator Deb Fischer of Nebraska, and Senator Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma. Together, we're going to reject these far-left cheerleading for more regulations. We're going to protect consumers, we're going to protect affordability, and we're going to protect the authority of this institution. It's time to end this California mandate madness. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today to continue Republicans fighting, as we are fighting tooth and nail, to protect the rights of American citizens. And one of those rights, of course, is one that you and I know very well from our home states, the right to keep and bear arms. The Second Amendment guarantees that every American has the right to own and use a firearm. And every day, people across your state of Oklahoma, my state of Wyoming, use that right responsibly. We also know that for the last 4 years, Joe Biden, Chuck Schumer, and the radical Democrats have waged a war against the Second Amendment rights of American citizens. They tried to ban firearms, tried to tax ammunition to the point where it couldn't be afforded, directed the ATF to harass law-abiding gun owners, tried to make it impossible for citizens to buy, own, transport, or use a firearm. So now Republicans are in control in the Senate, the House of Representatives, and the White House. And we are defending the Second Amendment from those who would try to take it away from us. Senator Corden of Texas has introduced the Constitutional Concealed Carry Reciprocity Act. This bold legislation allows qualified citizens to exercise their Second Amendment rights in any states that respect concealed carry. Senator Roger Marshall of Kansas has introduced something called the SHORT Act. This legislation stops rogue bureaucrats, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, from harassing lawful gun owners. It shields citizens from unconstitutional gun registration schemes. Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee has introduced the Protecting Privacy in Purchasing Act. This legislation is a direct strike against Democrats' alarming overreach on gun purchases. It will safeguard gun owners from the government's invasive tracking and spying on lawful purchases. So, look, I'm proud, Mr. Chairman, to be a co-sponsor of all three of these pieces of important pro-freedom legislation. This fight is one of the most important that we're ever going to conduct. It's Democrats across the country are determined to take away the rights of law-abiding American citizens. They're pushing their anti-gun agenda in the courts. It's another place this is being fought out. They are scheming right here in the United States Senate to come after our Second Amendment rights. Mr. President, when Democrats held the majority, we know what we saw. They had the audacity to try to ram through an unconstitutional so-called assault weapons ban, and they tried to do it by unanimous consent, coming here onto the floor and just trying to sneak it through. Well, I was proud to stand here in this chamber, face them down, and emphatically say no to your unanimous consent. Now Democrats are in the minority. Have they changed in terms of their beliefs in the Second Amendment? No, not at all. They continue to be obsessed with banning semi-automatic firearms simply because of the way the firearms look. That's what they're after. Let me be clear. Democrats' ban on so-called assault weapons, that's their phrase, is an assault on law-abiding gun owners, assault against all of us. Every single page of their bill adds a new restriction, a new burden, and a new attack on citizens who follow the law. It dictates what you can buy and what you can't buy, bans more than 205 popular rifles, shotguns, and pistols, and it bans them by name. That's how extreme they have gotten. They want to trample on the rights of law-abiding citizens. And it's a fascinating thing, Mr. President, because they, instead of trampling on the rights of law-abiding citizens, they're out there trying to protect illegal immigrants' rights, saying they have rights. They don't. That is the contrast of our party fighting for the rights of citizens, their party fighting for the rights of illegal immigrants. Democrats are the party of defunding the police, the party of disarming the American people. Their actions have made our streets more dangerous, not safer. We're for safety and prosperity. They seem to be not for either. So I oppose any of these policies, Mr. President, that threaten the Second Amendment rights of the people of Wyoming, the people of your state of Oklahoma, and people from states all across the country. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum. I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be initiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, when Americans turn on their TV sets, what they're seeing happening on the streets of Los Angeles, I believe the American people feel sickened, horrified, and outraged. And yet we stood here and saw the minority leader of the United States Senate come to this floor this morning, and he said that these were overwhelmingly peaceful. Nancy Pelosi yesterday said they were just moments of exuberance. Do they not see the news? Do they not watch the news? Let's look at the New York Times front page story. This is a burning police car. These are people on an overhead looking down on it. The headline is, "Protesters burned a highway patrol vehicle in Los Angeles." Peaceful protest? Absolutely not. These are riots. They threaten the public safety. And my Democrat colleagues call them peaceful? Look, I've been saying for the last 4 years that Democrats are wrong on this, that, and the next thing, and this is something that the American people absolutely understand. The Democrats are wrong. These are not peaceful. These are attacks upon the law enforcement community of our nation. And Republicans will not stand by as the violence rages in our country's second largest city. California governor, Los Angeles mayor, call them out, Gavin Newsom, Karen Bass, unable and unwilling to restore the law. They refuse. They have coddled the criminals from day one. And many of these criminals are illegal immigrants. But who do Democrats stand by? Again and again and again, they stand by the guy on the roof of the burning car waving a Mexican flag instead of standing with law-abiding citizens who who just want to live a life with safety. That's what the American people want. Safety, prosperity. It's not what the Democrats are standing for. No. Americans are seeing local police officers, as well as members of immigration and custom enforcement, being brutally attacked with rocks, with bricks, with bottles, with concrete. Additionally, looters are using the unrest to break into local businesses. Oh yeah, the police are occupied house. Let's go and break into some local businesses, including gas stations, an Apple store, jewelry stores. Let's go where the money is. Mayor of L.A. thinks it's fine. Mostly peaceful. Governor, same thing. Minority Leader of the United States Senate this morning, mostly peaceful. That's not what the people are seeing when they turn on their TVs or open or turn to the front page of the New York Times. So this rioting in Los Angeles is because President Trump is rightfully deporting violent, illegal immigrant criminals. The LA Times, the local newspaper in the area, reported this week, LA officials struggle to curb disgusting vandalism. This is the LA Times. This is the New York Times. What are the Democrats not seeing that the rest of America is seeing? Thefts, fire, violence in downtown LA. The Los Angeles chief of police admitted his officers were overwhelmed. I guess he must be wrong and the governor must be right there in the governor's mansion. How liberal can you get? Radically liberal. Dangerously liberal. It's scary how liberal they are. The police chief says violence has gotten out of control. Well, he's right. President Trump is right to bring in the National Guard. This is not to escalate. This is to end the destruction, the devastation that's happening in that community, to provide safety for citizens. They're there because Gavin Newsom, the governor, and Mayor Karen refused to restore order. That's why they're there. Here you have it. The official stance of today's radical Democrat Party is to side with the illegal immigrants, the rioters, not the law-abiding American citizens. So let's talk about who the Democrats are protecting. Murderers, rapists, child abusers, drug dealers, gang members, the worst of the worst. That's who the Democrats are standing with day after day after day. Let me tell you about a few of these criminals. ICE officers arrested this past weekend a number of criminals in L.A., an illegal immigrant from Vietnam who was convicted of murder, an illegal immigrant from Ecuador who was convicted of drug trafficking, welcomed in, of course, by the Biden administration and all the Democrats who love these guys, an illegal immigrant from Honduras who was arrested for dealing drugs, an illegal immigrant from Mexico who was convicted of manslaughter. That's who's come into the country and who was arrested this weekend in L.A., an illegal immigrant from Mexico convicted of molesting a child, an illegal immigrant from the Philippines convicted of rape. This is the list that the Democrats are vowing to protect. It is shameful. President Trump has taken all of these criminals off the streets. President Trump and Republicans are committed to public safety, committed to enforcing the law. It's the most important thing that we do. And it's actually a pretty popular thing in this country today, Mr. President, and the polls prove it. Just this weekend, CBS started their show, Face the Nation, showed Americans feel safer today under President Trump's immigration policies. Not by a slim margin, not by a few points, by 12 points, safe by double digits because of what President Trump is doing. A strong majority of Americans are happy with President Trump's deportation policies and the way he's carrying them out. And they have, this poll, Mr. President, was before the riots began in LA. So let's take a look at what's happened since, because support for President Trump's policies have gotten even stronger since the riots began in the inaction by the mayor and the governor of California, the refusal to take action. So just yesterday, Something called an Insider Advantage poll found a majority of Americans approve of President Trump's decisions to deploy the National Guard amid the riots in LA, and it is by 20 points. This is a rock-solid call for law and order in America. Look, Americans want safety. They want security. American families deserve safe communities. For too many, like those in LA, that safety feels out of reach. Safety for their families, a kid playing out in the yard, going to school, safety in their communities, safety at local businesses. Well, Republicans have a bold solution to change what is happening in these communities overrun by illegal immigrants, which has made every state a border state. And it starts with securing our borders, deporting illegal immigrant criminals. And we have to pass this as quickly as possible. The American people are demanding it. The budget bill that we're working on invests $175 billion to stop the flood of illegal immigrants and illicit drugs into our communities. It hires 10,000 new immigration and customs enforcement agents. It hires 3,000 new border control agents. It provides bonuses to recruit, retain, and reward our brave ICE and Border Patrol agents. Our bill finishes the wall. All of these will deter illegal immigrants. Our bill surges new technology to the border. This is going to cut off the pipeline of illegal drugs and criminals before they reach our communities. Our bill vastly expands our detention capacity. This will allow us to swiftly deport illegal immigrant criminals who threaten our safety. Again, Republicans aren't stopping there. No, they're not, Mr. President. Our bill stops liberal states such as California for continuing to pay for health care with taxpayer dollars for 1.4 million illegal immigrants. These are illegal immigrants who are receiving Medicaid benefits. We need to stop paying for them to strengthen the Medicaid program for those who need it, those who deserve it, those who it's designed for. This bill is about delivering safe communities and a safe country for every American. And safe communities start with secure borders. Safer communities mean families can live free from the constant fear of crime and from crime. Children can play in the streets, college students can go on runs on their campuses, neighbors can open small businesses, everyone can build a brighter future. This is a future worth fighting for, and Republicans have common sense plans to make it a reality. So what have the Democrats done? Well, they've come to the floor of the Senate and said, we're going to fight you all the way. They have vowed to fight us every step along the way as we try to provide a safer, more prosperous America. Every one of them still supports open borders. The minority leader talks about this like, hey, things are fine, this is all peaceful. They've been singing that song for the last 4 years. What we've seen with the southern border of this country and the flood of illegal immigrants has absolutely been a disaster. With every state a border state, Democrats have learned nothing. They continue to be the party of crime and criminals. Republicans are focused on results, Mr. President, because we know that Americans want safe cities, not sanctuary cities. That's what the people voted for, that's what they demand, and that's what we are going to continue to deliver. We're not going to stop fighting at all because we're going to continue to fight to make America safer. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I also ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Long nomination.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor to suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Madam President, this amendment would disproportionately hit our successful job creators throughout the country, harming workers, consumers, and local economies. Now, that result runs directly contrary to the central themes of this bill, preventing a more than $4 trillion tax hike on all Americans, making permanent the Trump tax cuts, which proportionally benefit the middle class the most. But despite the Democrats' rhetoric, they're conflating two separate issues. Ensuring health care affordability and access requires thoughtful, deliberative, and real solutions. Unfortunately, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle enacted costly and uncapped enhanced premium tax credits that use taxpayer dollars to mask underlying issues in the ACA market, such as declining value and fraudulent enrollment. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and instead work to reform the underlying issues in the market that drive costs for patients and families. Madam President, the pending amendment, number 2696, would cause the underlying legislation to exceed the Finance Committee's Section 302A allocation of new budget authority and outlays. Therefore, I raise a point of order against this measure pursuant to Section 302F of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, today I come to the floor to tell the body that for the first time in years, the Senate is going to begin the appropriations process in the right way. The right way is on time. The right way is here in public. And the right way is with bipartisan support. Now, that may seem routine. It would be expected to be routine. But here in the United States Senate, that hadn't been routine for a long time. Because for years, the appropriations process has been broken. Now, we just heard the Minority Leader, Senator Schumer, come to the floor and say that this process has become more partisan, as he said only in the recent weeks. Let me remind the Minority Leader of his own actions to undermine the appropriations process. Last year, 11 of 12 funding bills passed the Senate Appropriations Committee. They were passed through regular order in the committee. They had strong bipartisan support. Many actually were unanimous. Yet not a single one of the appropriations bills that were overwhelmingly agreed upon reached this floor of the United States Senate. Not a one. Why? Because the Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer, blocked each and every one of them from coming to this floor. He let these 11 bipartisan appropriation bills die at that desk right there. As the Majority Leader at the time, Senator Schumer had the power to bring each and every one of these bills to the floor of the United States Senate, and he refused. Day after day, 100 days, over 200 days, absolutely refused. He unilaterally shut down the appropriations process, and now he and other Democrats are threatening to shut down the government of the country. Both Republicans and Democrats are fully aware of how broken the appropriations process has become. The Senate is meant to be, has been described as the greatest deliberative body in the world. Over the last 4 years, the Senate has become a graveyard for consensus during the Biden administration and with Chuck Schumer as Majority Leader. The Senate Republicans are now here to correct that. Republicans believe in a Senate that debates and amends and then votes. We believe in regular order, not top-down control. That's why today Republicans are bringing our first appropriations bill to the floor. The bill funds veterans' health care. It strengthens military readiness. It improves housing for service members as well as for their family. The bill went through the committee process. It passed 26-3. That is overwhelmingly bipartisan. This is one of several funding bills that earned nearly unanimous support in the Appropriations Committee. Now it deserves bipartisan support on the floor of the United States Senate. This bill to fund veterans' health care and military readiness and housing should unite us. It shouldn't divide us. This is an opportunity to return to real governing after years of Democrat-imposed dysfunction. This is how we restore the trust in this institution and the faith in the work that we do here. When the Senate does its job, the American people are better off. The appropriations process is how Congress fulfills our basic everyday legislative duty, the duty of controlling the power of the purse. It forces accountability. It forces transparency that have been blocked in the past by the Minority Leader. It requires Congress to look closely at every taxpayer dollar being spent, and we should. We have an opportunity and an obligation to do that. This process helps Congress fund what really matters to the American people. It means securing the border. It means strengthening our national security. And it means protecting the most vulnerable among us. It is the best tool that Congress has to rein in reckless, runaway Washington spending. That's what Republicans are doing. Accountability, transparency, openness, letting people see the truth. If Democrats walk away from this process again, and it sounds like Chuck Schumer's trying to decide if he's going to allow his members to even vote on some of these things, if they want to do it simply to protect wasteful Washington spending, they will be the ones sabotaging the Senate and shutting down the government. Won't be the first time. It will be another Schumer shutdown. A Schumer shutdown would punish hardworking families. A Schumer shutdown certainly hurts seniors who rely on Social Security. A Schumer shutdown hurts our military and the families who live paycheck to paycheck. And a Schumer shutdown forces Border Patrol agents to work without pay. The American people should not be forced to pay the price for the games of the Democrat Party. To my colleagues on the Appropriations Committee who worked in good faith this last year, only to see their hard work buried by petty politics, this is an opportunity for us to do better. Republicans are committed to restoring regular order, transparency, and trust. We're doing the work of the American people here, Madam President, and the question is, will Senate Democrats join us? Or will they once again drag this country into another Schumer shutdown? Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Madam President, Republicans came to the Senate with a clear mandate. That was 7 months ago. Our job as the majority was to get America back on track. We made that commitment, and we are following through on it. We're keeping that commitment. America is stronger, America is safer, and America is more prosperous than it was 7 months ago. Not since Ronald Reagan reversed the failures of Jimmy Carter have we seen such a dramatic turnaround. Earlier this month, Republicans passed our comprehensive legislative agenda. President Trump calls it the One Big Beautiful Bill. It is now the law of the land. It delivers to the voters of this country what the voters sent Republicans here to do. First, Republicans stopped a $4 trillion tax increase, the largest tax increase in American history. Every single Democrat in this chamber voted to raise taxes by $4 trillion. Had Democrats succeeded, working families would have paid over $1,700 more in taxes just next year. Small businesses would have seen their taxes go up quite a bit. The families of farmers and ranchers would have paid a much higher death tax. All of these things Republicans stopped, Democrats were for. Instead, we delivered a working-class tax cut. We cut taxes on tips, taxes on Social Security, taxes on overtime. No taxes on tips puts about $1,300 back into the pockets of waiters, barbers, and bartenders. No taxes on overtime puts about $1,400 more back into the pockets of nurses, firefighters, and police officers. No tax on Social Security puts more money into the pockets of seniors through a larger deduction. Thanks to Senator Katie Britt of Alabama, Republicans modernized tax credits for child care. It was the first update in 25 years. This helps make daycare more affordable for hardworking moms and dads. Moreover, Republicans expanded child tax credit. Parents receive $2,200 each year for each child. Well, that helps pay for rent, food, and school supplies. Thanks to Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, Republicans created a $1,000 savings account for every newborn American citizen. Now an American child born today could have tens of thousands of dollars waiting for them when they turn 18. This could be a down payment on the American dream, whether it's to go to college, to own a home, or start a business. All of these things are now much more realistic. Now let's talk about American energy. America's future depends on abundant energy resources. We know what happened under Joe Biden. Energy prices rose 31% in just 4 years. Today, thanks to Republican leadership, America is producing energy much more again and prospering again. We're producing energy onshore, offshore, and in Alaska. My home state of Wyoming is America's energy breadbasket. We're drilling, we're mining, we're powering data centers and factories. More production at home lowers prices. It creates more jobs for energy workers, and it restores America's energy dominance. Moreover, Republicans are strengthening Medicaid with reasonable work requirements. Currently, 4.8 million able-bodied adults who will not work still receive Medicaid benefits. Our law changes that. If you can work, you should work. That's fair to everyone else. It strengthens our safety net for those who truly need it. Now, Democrats are fear-mongering about Medicaid. I'm a doctor. Let me set the record straight. Under our law, single mothers keep their coverage. Children keep their coverage. Disabled Americans keep their coverage. On national security, Republicans are reversing 4 years of weakness and woke distractions. We're restoring America's peace through strength. Our new law includes $150 billion to rebuild our military. Our military will once again be lethal, ready, and respected. Of course, national security starts with border security, and that is why Republicans secured the border. President Trump ended Joe Biden's disastrous open border policy. Under Joe Biden, 10 million illegal immigrants flooded across our border. 10,000 illegal crossings every day was the standard for the Democrats in the Biden administration with their open border policy. Now, illegal border crossings are at a record low. We ended the Biden policy of catch and release. In the last 2 months, the number of illegal immigrants who were released into this country is zero. Zero. That's right. Think about what that means. I mean, think about what it means for our communities, for families. Zero releases means zero communities overwhelmed by an influx of illegal immigrants, zero schools overcrowded, zero hospitals overrun, zero new cases like Laken Riley's and Rachel Morin's. Our new law provides $46.5 billion to finish the wall at our southern border. It also invests significantly in immigration and customs enforcement. Additionally, Republicans cut billions in wasteful Washington spending around the world. Under Joe Biden, Democrats plan to spend taxpayer dollars, listen to this, on $500,000 on electric buses in Africa, $880,000 on social media mentorship in Europe, $6 million for net zero cities in Mexico. The list goes on. Republicans passed a rescissions bill that saved taxpayers $9 billion. Here's the bottom line. These are common sense reforms. You know, one time, they were bipartisan. In 1986, 30 Senate Democrats voted for President Reagan's tax cuts. One of the 30 was then Senator Joe Biden. Today, every Democrat in Congress voted to raise taxes on working Americans. Every Democrat voted for open borders and to give free health care to illegal immigrants. The Democrat Party today is the party of high taxes, high prices, and open borders. Democrats are more than just liberal. They are radical. They are extreme. They are dangerous. They are scary. And they are terribly out of touch. Madam President, a Wall Street Journal poll this weekend found Democrats' favorability at a 35-year low. The American people see what we see and what I've just talked about in terms of what the Democrats are trying to do to this country and continue to push. On critical issues like the economy, inflation, immigration, and national security, Americans trust Republicans more, and they're right to do so, because Republicans are lowering costs. We're securing our borders. We're rebuilding our military. We're getting America back on track, and we are just getting started. Madam President, the American comeback is real. The Republican majority is delivering, and America's best days are still ahead. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
I recognize the Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come to the floor having just listened to the minority leader talk about the nominations that the President has made to fill out the positions in government. The United States Senate has standards, we have customs, we have long-established traditions, and these include allowing a president to fill out the team he needs for the government to function. These traditions go all the way back to George Washington. So let me remind the senator from New York about how the Senate functions, is supposed to function, before he and those with this Trump derangement syndrome have come to the position that the country shouldn't be allowed to function. Because exactly 235 years ago this week, the Senate used its advise and consent powers, and they used them for the first time. President George Washington nominated Alexander Hamilton to be the Secretary of the Treasury. The Senate confirmed him immediately. The official Senate history says minutes later, perhaps even before the messenger returned to the President's office, senators approved Hamilton unanimously. That has been the standard for more than 2 centuries. Senate Democrats have now, under Chuck Schumer, trashed this tradition of the United States Senate. Confirming even the most routine nominees is now a long and bitter fight. From Hamilton's confirmation in 1789 to Schumer's unprecedented, obstinate obstruction going on today, the Senate has gone from speed to stalemate. Prior to the Senator Schumer trying to shut down the Senate and shut down the confirmation process, routine nominees cleared the Senate chamber quickly, by voice vote, by unanimous consent, and often in groups. More than half of every president's nominees were confirmed that way until this year. 90% or more of president nominees were confirmed by voice vote or unanimous consent from the days of George Washington all the way through the presidency of Barack Obama. During President Trump's first term, Democrats cut it down to 65%. Now, during the second term, it is 0. Absolutely 0 of President Trump's nominees have been confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote. Not a single nominee has been confirmed that way since President Trump took office almost 8 months ago. President Trump is the first president in the United States history to not have a single nominee confirmed by voice vote or unanimous consent, not one. Never happened before in the history of the United States. Maybe Chuck Schumer's proud of that. Maybe he's going to use it around with the Democrats in the far left wing of his party, who continue to be radical, extreme, dangerous, and scary and don't want this country heading in the right direction. But it's a disgrace what he has done to the United States Senate. This is the Schumer confirmation shutdown. He and the Senate Democrats are forcing the Senate to waste hundreds of legislative hours because they have filibustered each and every one of President Trump's nominees, every single one. 109 sub-cabinet nominees have been confirmed this year. Democrats filibustered every one of the 109. And that calls for 2 separate roll call votes with 2 hours in between set aside for debate. Now, of the 109 nominees, in those 2 hours that were set aside for each one of those 109, 81 of them, not a single word was spoken by the Democrats on the floor about any of them. Chuck Schumer just came to the floor and he said something. He said, these nominees are not qualified. They didn't say anything about when any of these 81 actually came to the Senate floor when we voted through cloture and then waited 2 hours for the Democrats. They talked about other things. They didn't talk about the nominees. They're so bad, why didn't they talk about them? The average amount of time on all of these sub-cabinet nominees spent by the Democrats, 2 minutes and 12 seconds. 81 of them, they said nothing. Only 7 of them did they talk about for more than 10 minutes. If they're so bad, why aren't they talking about them? Because these people are qualified. But they were delayed for no reason other than the Trump derangement syndrome. Each one has been confirmed after maximum amounts of time have expired. That's time that should have been spent on legislation. But no, the Democrats don't want us to be able to legislate. Is what they've done advise and consent? No. Is it congressional oversight? No. Is it serious scrutiny? No. It is obstruction on autopilot. That's what we're seeing in this body by those Democrats led by Chuck Schumer, the king of the shutdown. No president has ever faced a total shutdown of nominees like President Trump has under the Democrats and Chuck Schumer. This has resulted in a historic backlog. Today, 149 qualified, ready-to-serve nominees are still waiting to be considered here on the Senate floor, and they are stuck in Senate purgatory. Now, we know these nominees are qualified despite what Senator Schumer said on this floor just a couple of minutes ago. How do I know they're qualified? Well, the FBI has vetted each and every one of them. The Office of Government Ethics has reviewed each and every one of them. The Senate committees who held hearings heard from all of these nominees, and they were all voted successfully out of committee. And let me just point out to Chuck Schumer that over half of them earned bipartisan support, with Democrats voting for them in the committee. Yet here on the Senate floor, Senate Democrats are stonewalling their consideration. And, Mr. President, there's still more than 800 nominees and nominations and positions in our government that still need to be filled. So this week, Senate Republicans are going to restore these long-standing traditions of the Senate to get back to the way the Senate is supposed to work. Nominees who have been successfully approved by Senate committees will now be considered and confirmed in groups. This is keeping with the long-standing traditions of how this body operates. The Republican plan is similar to one that was proposed by Senators Klobuchar and King in 2023. At the time, they said that they were facing obstruction. 62% of Joe Biden's nominees had been confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote. So this updated process applies only to the routine executive branch positions. This is pretty simple. We're talking about positions like deputy secretaries, assistant secretaries, deputy assistant secretaries, ambassadors, hundreds more. These are the positions that in the past have never required a roll call vote on the floor of the United States Senate. America needs these men and women working, not stuck in some procedural traffic jam. The process of cabinet level and judicial nominees remains the same. They're going to continue to come to the floor individually for debate, discussion, and vote. These rule changes will get the Senate working again, doing the business of the American people. 8 months now into President Trump's second term, only 12% of President Trump's team is in place. Now remember, modern presidents have over 1,000 positions to be filled. At this pace, it would take over 1,000 additional hours of Senate time on the floor to fill them. No Senate, Democrat or Republican, has ever operated this way. No president, Democrat or Republican, can govern efficiently under the current abuse by the Democrats. The Schumer confirmation shutdown leaves critical jobs unfilled in our government. That weakens our economy. It undermines our international diplomacy. It jeopardizes our safety. It disrespects the will of the voters. This rules update will clear this backlog of nominees and it will allow us to scrutinize nominees effectively and confirm qualified nominees efficiently. Committees are still going to hold hearings. They'll still question the nominees. There'll still be all of the background work. And then the FBI checks will still be done. The Office of Government Ethics will still review the conflicts. None of that changes. What changes is this pointless partisan delay right here on the Senate floor. What we are doing today is restoring the Senate's constitutional responsibility. That responsibility is advising consent, not stall and delay. President Trump was elected to get America back on track. He deserves to have his team on the job, and so do the American people. Senate Republicans are committed to make the Senate work again, just as it has for every president up until now. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. President, on a separate matter, Senate Republicans today are prepared to break the Democrat nomination blockade. Senate Republicans are determined to overcome Democrats' confirmation obstruction. Senate Republicans are prepared to restore the Senate to the way it's supposed to work. For 2 centuries, most presidential nominees have sailed through this chamber by voice vote, by unanimous consent. That was the gold standard for advise and consent. Senator Schumer and the Democrats abandoned it. Instead of deliberation, Senate Democrats chose unprecedented delay. That ends now. This year, Democrats have forced the Senate to waste 210 hours of pointless procedural theatrics. That's 210 hours not used for debating legislation to fight crime, to secure the border, to unleash American energy, and to grow the economy. Modern presidents have over 1,000 positions requiring Senate confirmation. And as a result, only 12% of President Trump's team is today on the job, and it's because of obstruction. It's because Democrat delays. They've delayed positions vital to America's safety, vital to our prosperity, and vital to our diplomacy around the world. These remain empty. Let me name a few. The Director of National Counterintelligence for Security. That's the person responsible for protecting us from foreign spies. Empty. The Undersecretary for Nuclear Security at the Energy Department, the person responsible for safeguarding our nation's nuclear weapons. Empty. Ambassadors to key NATO allies as war rages in Europe. Empty. The Inspector General at the Central Intelligence Agency. Empty. The Deputy Trade Representatives as America negotiates historic trade deals. Remains empty. Empty positions cannot keep our nation safe. Empty positions, they invite Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, they invite them to test us. But that's what the Democrats have brought this country. This is unquestionable, undeniable, irrefutable, inescapable facts are that this Democrat obstruction makes America less safe. That's where we are today. Let me point out what makes Democrat obstruction even more disgraceful. It destroys their own precedent. May of 2001, 32 nominees from President George W. Bush were confirmed in a single group. A few months later, 54 more confirmed in the same way. February of 2010, for President Barack Obama, 77 nominees confirmed exactly the same way. 2017, President Trump is then in the office, 65 nominees confirmed on a single day. So what have we seen? Republican presidents, Democrat presidents, all with nominees confirmed in the same way. The Senate approved those nominees then. It's a long-established tradition in the Senate. That's the way the confirmation process is supposed to work. Just 4 years ago, President Biden in the White House, 36 nominees confirmed the exact same way. I want to just get back to this 4 years ago. 36 nominees confirmed by President Biden. Who personally came to this Senate floor that day to ask for that unanimous consent? Well, it was current Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. He's the one that made the motion. He's the one that sought unanimous consent, and of course, we agreed, and it was done that way. All these groups of nominees, from President Bush to President Biden, were confirmed by unanimous consent. But now that Donald Trump is president again, Senator Schumer calls the process, in his words, quote, beyond the pale of doing what he just asked to be done when President Biden was in the White House. When the Minority Leader claims this week, he said Republicans are breaking the Senate norms, he is trying to rewrite history. Who's he trying to fool? For the past 25 years, the Senate has confirmed routine nominees together in groups. It's been done for Republican presidents, Democrat presidents, but not anymore, not when President Trump was elected this past year. Democrats are now trying to deny President Trump the team he needs in place and on the job to govern this nation. But the American people elected President Trump to lead, not to watch his administration be held hostage by partisan politics. Today, Senate Republicans are going to return to the very practice that Democrats endorsed and followed until President Trump got elected. Let me remind the colleagues of that practice so they don't say, well, they're going to speed things along. Look, every committee hearing and markup will still happen. Every FBI background check will still happen. Every ethics review will still happen. Every nominee will still appear before committees. Every nominee will still answer questions from senators, and every nominee will still have a vote in a committee. Scrutiny of each and every nominee is going to continue. What comes to the end is what is Senator Schumer's reign of procedural terror. The Schumer confirmation shutdown ends today. And to my Democrat colleagues, let me say, if you disagree with our effort to get the Senate working again, it's up to you to explain to the American people why you have chosen to paralyze the Senate. You need to explain why you chose to stop doing the work that you were elected to do. Republicans are getting this Senate back to work on behalf of the American people, and beginning next week, the backlog of President Trump's nominees will be confirmed, and they will be put to work to get America back on track.
Calendar number 115 as 2296, a bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2026 for military activities of the Department of Defense and so forth and for other purposes.
Okay to go now? Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated. We're not in a quorum.
We're not in quorum call.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, 2 years ago, when the government was on the brink of a shutdown, the then Majority Leader, now Minority Leader, Senator Schumer of New York, wrote a letter to his colleagues. I have it here. Dated September 2023, it says, "Dear colleague." In his letter, Senator Schumer wrote, quote, "We cannot afford brinksmanship or hostage-taking." He went on to say the only way to avoid a shutdown is through bipartisanship. Well, Mr. President, I'm happy to announce that just in the last hour, the House of Representatives passed in a bipartisan vote a continuing resolution to keep the government funded. That's not what we're seeing today, though, from the Minority Leader. Senator Schumer has written this time not a dear colleague letter, but the biggest ransom note in American history.
Would my colleague yield for a question?
Regular order, no. $1 trillion, $1 trillion in ransom.
Order.
$1 trillion in ransom for 4 weeks of keeping the government open. It is filled with partisan political poison pills that will never become law. What we are seeing today from the minority leader is exactly what he once condemned. He is holding the American people hostage. What he's promoting today is not a spending bill, it's a shakedown. The Schumer shakedown, the Schumer strategy to lead to a Schumer shutdown. Let me break down this ransom note line by line, because the American people deserve to know what the Democrats are demanding. Their $1 trillion demands include $500 billion to continue the COVID era spending spree. We were originally told that the COVID bonus subsidies would be temporary. Democrats now want to turn them into a permanent government giveaway. This is in spite of the fact that the COVID crisis has ended years ago. The Nobel-winning economist Milton Friedman was right. He said nothing is more permanent than a temporary government program. Additionally, Democrats want to weaken Medicaid for those who need it the most. Republicans' comprehensive economic plan strengthens Medicaid. We reduce waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption. Democrats want to kill those reforms. They want to repeal the entire health care section of the law. Democrats would rather shut down the government than stop states from paying for free health care for illegal immigrants. Democrats want to continue to give Medicaid to able-bodied working-age adults who refuse to work. Democrats are holding America hostage for people who broke our laws and for people who refuse to get jobs. Now let's talk about money that the Democrats want to send overseas. This bill spends billions of dollars on radical climate projects. Zimbabwe, $13 million for, quote, civic engagement. Honduras, $25 million for, quote, climate resilience. West Africa, $40 million for, quote, low emissions development. Let that sink in. Republicans want to keep the government open, pay our troops here at home. Democrats would rather fund climate projects overseas and are willing to shut down the government if we're not willing to do that. Democrats are willfully wasting billions of hardworking American tax dollars on their liberal fantasies. Republicans are proposing 7 weeks of clean funding. It's what's passed the House in a bipartisan way just an hour ago, and Democrats instead are demanding 7 figures for foreign slush funds. Mr. President, let me point out that Democrats do make some spending cuts. Regrettably, those cuts target our nation's most vulnerable hospitals in rural communities. Democrats want to eliminate the $50 billion Rural Hospital Stabilization Fund. It's something we just passed earlier this year, passed it this summer. It's something that I hear about from our hospitals at home and how grateful they are. And I'm a doctor. I practiced medicine in my home state of Wyoming for more than 20 years. I was president of the Wyoming Medical Society. I know the stresses and strains on rural hospitals. And that's why this was passed. And, Mr. President, your home state of West Virginia experiences exactly the same thing. We both know how many small community hospitals need the kind of help that we were able to pass, that the Democrats now want to strip away. With rural hospitals under significant stress, the last thing Congress should do is remove the funds designated to help keep them open. And they want to instead spend this money in foreign countries. That's what the Democrats want to do. Let me return to Senator Schumer's own words. We cannot afford brinksmanship or hostage-taking, yet hostage-taking is exactly what he is doing today. Senator Schumer's demanding $1 trillion in new spending for keeping the government open for just 4 weeks. He's sending billions of dollars to foreign countries, but slashing billions of dollars for rural hospitals in our own country. Subsidizing free health care for people who refuse to get jobs, but threatening the paychecks of the people whose jobs it is to keep our nation safe. He's demanding a far-left wish list, or else he wants to shut down the government. That's the Democrats' strategy today. Make no mistake, Republicans will hold Democrats accountable for supporting this dangerous political theater. The good news is Congress can keep the government open and functioning without hostage-taking and without shakedowns. Republicans' clean, continuing bipartisan resolution that just passed the House with a bipartisan vote is ready to go. 7 weeks long, it gives Republicans and Democrats on the Appropriations Committee the time they need to finish their work. And I see the chairman of the Appropriations Committee and ranking member on the floor right now. The House passed it today, bipartisan. President says he'll sign it. Senate Democrats voted for similar bills, not once, not twice, but 13 times when Joe Biden was president. There's only one person standing in the way of keeping the government open, and that is the minority leader. He has said it himself, we cannot afford hostage-taking. I would say to the minority leader, stop holding the government hostage, stop holding the American people hostage, get rid of the ransom note, keep the government open. The American people deserve better than $1 trillion shakedown. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The Democratic leader.
I would just make one point to my good friend from Wyoming. When we were in the majority for 4 years, there was not a shutdown, not one. Why? Because we did what you're supposed to do. Talk in a bipartisan negotiation, and each side has input. The reason we're having a shutdown now is you and your leadership refuse to talk to Democrats and have any input and want only your imprimatur on the bill, which we believe hurts Americans badly with health care. Never a shutdown when we were in the leadership. So you can quote all the things you want. We did it the right way. You are not.
Without objection.
Mr. President, the government is on the verge of a Democrat-caused shutdown, a shutdown of the government of the United States of America. Senator Schumer has sent us a ransom note. It's not about a negotiation, it's about a shakedown. That's what we're facing here today in the United States Senate. Schumer's ransom note, it's not about keeping the government open. It's about caving to the far left, the radical wing of his party. It's pure politics, it's political theater, and every Democrat in this body knows it. This afternoon, my colleagues are going to be meeting at the White House with the President of the United States. The American people deserve to know what the Democrats are demanding. So let's take a look at this $1 trillion demand note. They're demanding more than $1 trillion in new spending to keep the government open for just 4 weeks. They want permanent new spending to continue the Biden COVID bonus payments. Now, they want believe it, they want sanctuary cities to continue to give free health care to illegal immigrants. At the same time, they threaten to defund their border patrol. They want to send billions of dollars to foreign countries, but they want to slash billions of dollars to help rural hospitals right here in America. That's what the Democrats are proposing in their ransom note. They want to subsidize free health care for people who refuse to work, who are working-age individuals and are healthy and ought to have a job. Yet they threaten the paychecks of the people whose job it is to keep our country safe. They demand this far-left wish list, or else they say they're going to shut down the government at midnight tomorrow. The biggest scam in this ransom note is these COVID-era Biden bonus payments. Democrats are demanding $400 billion to continue these subsidies forever. Well, let's remember that Democrats created these Biden bonus COVID subsidy payments during COVID in 2021. It was part of their reckless tax and spending bill. They passed it when they controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House. At the time that Biden started these bonus payments, most people realized that COVID was already behind us, but that didn't stop them. Democrats extended the payments again in 2022, and they set the expiration date for December of 2025. That's about 3 months from now. Democrats promised at that time when they put them into place that the Biden COVID bonus payments would be temporary. They weren't intended to last forever. Now, the Democrats in their ransom note to the Republicans and to President Trump is they want these temporary payments to go on forever. Mr. President, I have here the House report that came out on this 2021 reckless tax and spending bill. It's called American Rescue Plan 2021. This is a report of the Committee on the Budget, House of Representatives, to accompany H.R. 1319, February 24th, 2021. So I copied, instead of going through the whole 1,000-page document and bringing it here and throwing it on the floor, which is where it belongs, I copied page 215 and 216. What does it say about these bonus payments? They say right here, it applies, quote, during the public health emergency. The public health emergency is over. And it says in the payments, when you turn to the next page, they would go temporarily. Temporarily. That's their words, not mine. Well, Mr. President, COVID is over. Joe Biden lost. Democrats are in the minority. These Biden COVID bonus payments, they need to go away as well. They were just one more part of a big government giveaway, and now Chuck Schumer is here demanding that we make these bonus payments permanent. To me, temporary means temporary. It's not what the Democrats are demanding, just to keep the government open for 4 short weeks. It's preposterous. 12 years ago, in 2013, America faced another shutdown. At that time, Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut sent out a press release. 2013, 12 years ago. In his press release, Senator Murphy of the minority party from Connecticut said this. He said, "There is a time and a place to debate health care." He went on to say, "but not when the funding of the federal government and all the lives that are impacted by it are hanging in the balance." He's not here today to hear those words, but his party needs to recognize that's exactly what they said 12 years ago. And today, Democrats like Senator Murphy are doing the very thing that he condemned here on this floor in his press release 12 years ago. Stunningly, the Democrats want to eliminate, of all things, the $50 billion Rural Health Transformation Fund. This is the fund that Republicans created to keep rural hospitals open. I'm a doctor. I practiced medicine in Wyoming for more than 20 years. I know what affordable, reliable, quality care means to our communities. They're lifelines to small communities. And yet yesterday on Meet the Press, the minority leader, Chuck Schumer, said rural hospitals are closing, so he wants to put the noose around their neck. This makes it worse. He is threatening, as part of his demand, to eliminate the $50 billion set aside for rural hospitals in America. Mr. President, last week I was at home in Wyoming. I attended a ribbon cutting in Pinedale for a new hospital. This is the first hospital ever in Sublette County, Wyoming. The nearest hospital is 85 miles away. There's another one 100 miles away. Depending on in the winter which roads are open, people in that community had to either drive 85 or 100 miles seeking health care. This is going to help the communities in Pinedale. It's going to save lives. It matters to those people. Yet the ransom note from Senator Schumer and the Democrats would shut it down, prevent all of these rural hospitals that are struggling that we provided for in our comprehensive economic plan that we passed in July. Schumer wants to pull the plug on all of it. It's part of their bill. It's part of the ransom note. It's what the Democrats are trying to do. Let's be honest. The Democrats have a political problem. The far left, their radical wing, is demanding a shutdown of the government. Their caucus is divided. The American people overwhelmingly want the government to remain open. to provide vital services to the people. They know that it costs money to shut down the government. It costs even more to reopen the government. Democrats don't seem to care. What we have here is a clean, bipartisan, continuing resolution to fund the government for the next 7 weeks. The House of Representatives already passed it with a bipartisan vote. And it keeps the government open for 7 weeks at the current funding levels. So it doesn't cut anything. It says, let's just continue to work on appropriations bills. It gives Republicans and Democrats an opportunity to work on the budgeting for next year, the appropriations process to keep the government open for the next year. President Trump's ready to sign it. It's here before the Senate and time to pass it. Senator Schumer has repeatedly bragged that Democrats never shut down the government when they were in the majority. I would remind the minority leader today that 13 times under Joe Biden, the Senate passed a clean, continuing resolution to keep the government open. We should do the same right now. Senator Schumer ought to remember those 13 times. Today should be no different. If this government shuts down, and it should not, it will clearly be a Schumer shutdown. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. President, we just heard the minority leader come to the floor of the Senate, once again refusing to admit it's the Democrats who are driving America into a shutdown. Let me remind everyone what Senator Schumer himself said in 2013. That was when the government faced another government shutdown. This is his quote. He said, "What if I persuaded my caucus to say I'm going to shut down the government unless I get my way?" He said, "It's a politics of idiocy." His words. A shutdown is idiocy. They're his words, not mine. So today, Republicans are committed to keeping the government open. And we're going to vote to do that again today. The House has already passed a clean, continuing resolution, bipartisan votes, and it keeps the government open and functioning for the next 7 weeks. It allows Republicans and Democrats on the Appropriations Committee to continue their bipartisan work on a full year of funding for our nation. This is where senators from both parties have a very important part to play. Now, the continuing resolution is now in the Senate. Senate Republicans support it. Senate Democrats should join us and vote yes to keep the government open, because if not, the government shuts down at midnight tonight. Now, Democrats had no problem voting for 13 clean continuing resolutions just like the one that we have here today, and they did that when Joe Biden was president. Now they refuse to do what they did 13 times for Joe Biden. Instead, they're demanding a ransom. Senator Schumer has come to the Senate with a ransom note, $1 trillion he's asking, and just to keep the government open for 4 short weeks. This proposal is a far-left wish list. And the Democrats in this body know that they are responding to the demands of the far-left radical wing of their party. Radical, extreme, dangerous, scary. People who want to take this country far, far to the left and are happy to see a government shutdown. They are demanding a government shutdown by the Democrats in this body. So what do they want to do with this $1 trillion that's in this wish list, this ransom note from the minority leader? Well, they want to spend $400 billion to keep Biden bonus COVID payments forever. Forever. They want to repeal reforms that strengthen Medicaid. It strengthened Medicaid for the people who need it the most. It's not what the Democrats want. They want it to go to people who are unwilling to work, want to sit home, want to get free health care. These are able-bodied individuals who refuse to work. Democrats say, give them free health care. No responsibility, none whatsoever. Oh, and they want to spend billions of dollars for overseas projects related to their obsession with extreme climate policies. The minority leader made a statement today on health care that I found to be preposterous. Because I'm a doctor, I practiced medicine for 24 years. I was at a rural hospital in Wyoming just this past week. The Democrats' proposal, the ransom note that they have provided, wants to repeal the critically important $50 billion rural hospital fund. Every Democrat in this body voted against a $50 billion rural hospital fund. You know, just a few minutes ago, the Senate Minority Leader came to the floor. He said that one of his members went to some rural communities in his home state and said that the health care providers there are really concerned. Well, then those health care providers haven't been informed by the Democrat senators from that state about what is in the bill that passed this summer and the incredible resources that are being made to make sure that rural hospitals can be sustained, can stay afloat, can stay open, can provide health care. The Democrats are so against rural communities of this country, view them as the enemy, the red counties. They are so fixated with the big cities and kowtowing to the big city mayors that they actually introduced a bill in July. It's stunning. They call it Protecting Healthcare Lowering Cost Act. It's preposterous because that act alone repeals the $50 billion for the rural hospital communities. So they didn't just do it once with their bill in July. They've done it again with a ransom note from Chuck Schumer to the Republicans. If you want to keep the government open for 4 short weeks, get rid of this rural health care hospital lifeline that hospitals all across my state and yours, Mr. President, realize is important for their sustainability to provide health care in rural communities where the next hospital may be 100 miles away. That's something foreign to the other side of the aisle, who ignore so often the rural communities in their own states, who can say they can ignore them, don't campaign there, don't go there, don't talk to those people. It's the big cities that sustain us, and we're going to actually punish the rural communities by stripping from a successful piece of legislation $50 billion set aside for rural health care in this country. What the Democrats are proposing is an outrageous shakedown. And that's why we're going to have a shutdown, because they refuse to keep the government open while we're working on bipartisan funding bills. Everything they're doing is focused on satisfying the most radical, extreme, dangerous, scary part of their party. In March, I believe Senator Schumer did the right thing. He voted with Republicans to keep the government open. And what happened? The far left immediately attacked him for doing the right thing. Nancy Pelosi said, I myself don't give anything away for nothing. She was even against him. AOC questioned why his would, quote, hand away our leverage for free. 18 of Democrats' own candidates who are running right now in open seats for the Senate in 2026. They were questioned by one of the newsletters in town. They all said they refused to say whether they're going to vote for him as the leader of the Democrat Party. So now, according to an Axios report from last week, what we've seen the minority leader do is he built a private war room, their quote, private war room with liberal groups to orchestrate a shutdown. So when I hear the minority leader come to the floor, say, oh, we don't want to do it. He's been orchestrating this, according to this news report, for months, orchestrating with his liberal private war room. He and his staff have been meeting with these groups every week for the past 2 months to plan the shutdown that begins tonight at midnight. Senator Schumer's doing exactly what he once called the politics of idiocy. He's threatening to shut down the government unless he gets everything that he wants. Well, Republicans are not going to pay the ransom, and the American people aren't going to pay the ransom. We're not going to sell out our nation's service members, our law enforcement officers, our seniors, our air traffic controllers. Let me remind everyone, who pays the price for a Schumer shutdown? The American Legion warns of a shutdown that will, quote, directly affect the lives of veterans and their families. They'll pay a price for the Schumer shutdown. Vietnam Veterans of America has put it plainly, quote, for veterans, a shutdown is an immediate disruption of care, support, and progress on life-saving initiatives. They'll pay a price for the Schumer shutdown. The National Fraternal Order of Police says a shutdown, quote, will cause major disruptions for programs that fund public safety efforts in our communities. They'll pay a price for the Schumer shutdown. The National Association of Police Organizations adds, federal law enforcement officers who are working to protect our cities and communities from violent crime, drugs, and guns will be putting their lives on the line without getting paid. They'll pay a price for the Schumer shutdown. The Association of Mature American Citizens warns that seniors on fixed incomes will face, quote, backlogs and service disruptions. They'll pay a price for the Schumer shutdown. The National Cattlemen's Beef Association says farmers and ranchers will lose, quote, predictability and stability as harvest season begins. They'll pay a price for the Schumer shutdown. The National Grocers Association warns that vital programs feeding low-income families and children will run out of money. This is the reality, Mr. President, of a Schumer shutdown. Here's the bottom line. Republicans are fighting for veterans, for service members, for law enforcement, for Border Patrol agents, for senior citizens, and for rural hospitals. Democrats are willing to shut down the government for illegal immigrants, climate extremism, and wasteful Washington spending. 12 years ago, Senator Schumer decried the politics of idiocy. Democrats shut down the government at midnight tonight. The idiocy will be theirs. The House has done its job. It passed a continuing resolution to fund the government. President Trump is ready to sign it. It's time today for the Senate to pass it. The American people are watching, and I urge my Democrat colleagues to join with us. Tear up the ransom note. Keep the government open. Otherwise, Democrats will own the Schumer shutdown. Mr. President, the American people will suffer the costs and the consequences. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. President.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be initiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the American people reject what is going on here, and that is the Schumer shutdown. We are now in day 7 of the Schumer shutdown. 7 days of wasted time and growing hardship on the American people. There's a new Harvard-Harris poll that had just come out, and it makes it loud and clear. And what's loud and clear is that 7 in 10 voters in America oppose the government shutdown. Americans overwhelmingly say Democrats should accept a continuing resolution at the current levels of funding until the actual spending bills are passed. And it's interesting, Mr. President, because 13 times in the Biden administration, the Democrats did exactly that. And it's the thing they're refusing to do right now. Americans don't want their government closed. They want it open. They want it to work for them. They want a nation that is safe and secure and prosperous. And they're sick and tired of Democrats holding them hostage with partisan and unreasonable demands. What did the Democrats want? What did their demand letter say? It said they want free health care for illegal immigrants. This is opposed by an overwhelmingly large number of Americans. The Democrats shut down the government, and they think they're hurting President Trump. In fact, the Schumer shutdown is hurting people all across America. Across this country, Americans are feeling the pain. There's headlines that tell the story, and I have a few here, Mr. President. One in New York says, quote, government shutdowns threatens food access for Long Island's most vulnerable. Another in Nevada says, quote, government shutdown threatens food stamps, jobs, national security. In New Jersey, one reads, hospital at home, telehealth programs are on hold amid government shutdown. And in New Hampshire, quote, at least 1,800 New Hampshire federal workers to be furloughed or fired during shutdown. They're not statistics. These are families, these are our troops, these are seniors, these are veterans, these are mothers with young children, working families, patients, all across the country. And the stresses upon American families are mounting during the end result of the Schumer shutdown. Paychecks for our service members, well, they run out in days. Reports already show there are signs of financial distress. Every day this shutdown continues, the damage drags on. Financial stress will lead to financial crises for many families. Temporary hardships will lead to lasting harm. The American people don't want it, they can't afford it, they want it to end. Democrats have now voted 5 specific times to keep the government closed. And all you need to do is read their ransom note. Democrats demanding taxpayer-funded health care for illegal immigrants. And who do they want to hurt in the process? They want to cut the funding for rural hospitals in my state and yours. That's how they want to pay for the health care for illegal immigrants. That's their price to reopen the government, to get back to the normal workings of Washington and our government. And as a result, the Democrats are holding the American people hostage. There's a simple solution to the shutdown. The House passed a clean continuing resolution, current spending levels, bipartisan support to fund the government through November 21st. Why November 21st? Well, I just heard the minority leader say that there's been no discussions between Republicans or Democrats on the continuing resolutions. Well, in fact, there has been, and it's the deadline date of November 21st. Because the chair and the ranking member of the Senate Appropriations Committee and the House Appropriations Committee all said they needed 7 weeks to finish the bipartisan work on the appropriations bills. So yes, Senator Collins, Senator Murray, they worked together on the clean continuing resolution. It's interesting because what we see are the Democrats fearing the wrath of their far left wing of their party. That's why they're not voting to open the government. The clock continues to tick. Every day Democrats hold out is another day wasted. Another day we ought to be making sure that the government is open. I hear that the Democrats say they want to negotiate. Well, open the government, we're ready to negotiate. Every day Democrats choose to keep the government closed is another day spent ignoring and rejecting the priorities of the American people. If Democrats actually want to negotiate, they would reopen the government today. It is that simple. So today, Mr. President, we're going to vote for the 6th time on a clean, continuing resolution, something Democrats approved 13 times when Joe Biden was president. Senate Democrats have a choice. Vote yes to end the Schumer shutdown, or vote no and tell the American people why their pain and their opinion just doesn't matter to the Democrats. Let me end where I begin. 7 in 10 Americans oppose this shutdown. Americans overwhelmingly say Democrats should accept the clean continuing resolution that we are voting on here today. American people have spoken. They want their government open, and they want it open now. It's time that the Democrats listened to them. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
And, Mr. President, on a separate matter, before Senate Democrats shut down the federal government, they shut down the very Senate floor on which I stand. And they did it by freezing the confirmation process. For months, their blockade created a growing backlog of qualified nominees, so many of which have come out of committees with bipartisan votes. Nominees for positions that, during prior administration, sailed through the Senate by unanimous consent or by voice vote. but not with this Democrat minority. Oh, no. So in September, Senate Republicans broke the blockade, and now the blockade is being cleared. At the peak of the Democrat obstruction, more than 150 well-qualified nominees approved by Senate committees were waiting for a vote on the Senate floor. Yesterday, Mr. President, we confirmed 107 of those nominees, and we did it in a group. This is one of the largest confirmations in the history of the United States. Now there are only 26 nominees on the executive calendar. Our committees are hard at work to approve more nominees, and we're going to confirm them in short order. As of this morning, President Trump has had 298 nominees confirmed in his second term. By comparison, at this point, Joe Biden had confirmed only 201 in his first and only term. President Trump had confirmed only 183 nominees at the same time in his first term. So the Senate's constitutional duty of advise and consent is now back. President Trump now has his team confirmed and ready to be sworn in, from assistant secretaries to ambassadors, United States attorneys. The federal government is better positioned today to keep our nation safe and secure and prosperous. Senate Republicans are going to continue to work to get America back on track, no matter what obstacles the Democrats continue to throw in our path.
Recognize the Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. I come to the floor having just listened to the minority leader talk, and I read in Punch Bowl News this morning the minority leader making a statement to Punch Bowl. So he thinks the Democrats have momentum. His statement is, every day gets better for us. That's what he said in an interview from his office yesterday when he was interviewed by the News. He said, every day gets better for us. I said, who is us? Not better for the American people. Who does he mean by us? Not the military who's not getting paid, not the Border Patrol that's not getting paid, not the air traffic controllers who aren't getting paid. Who is us? He's playing a game. We see it. The Washington Post talked about it just yesterday in their headline and their editorial page. Democrat leaders play dangerous game. That's what we have here. And what does the minority leader say? Every day gets better for us. Who in the world is us? Is it this group that has organized the shutdown? They've talked about having an orchestrated group of the far left wing, the terrorist wing of the Democrat Party, organizing and orchestrating the shutdown, planning for weeks in the minority leader's office, closely coordinated, and it's hurting the American people. But the minority leader has said it's getting better for them. Look, how can they brag about the damage that they're doing to the American people? Whether it's women on infant and children programs needing food, whether it's small businesses applying for loans for the Small Business Administration, our troops, our Border Patrol. But boy, for what I see from the minority leader and where he's trying to lead this country, it's a perfect quote for the shutdown. Gets better for them every day. And I'll tell you, Mr. President, it's rubbish. And it is hurting our country. 13 times we have voted to open the government, keep it open for a continuing resolution in Joe Biden's term, and now they're not going to do it because Donald Trump's in the White House. That's what we have in this country today. A political game being played by the Democrats because they think that every day gets better for them. And this isn't right versus left. This is right versus wrong. That's what we're facing in this country today. There are 1.3 million soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Coast Guards, Guardians on active duty to protect our nation, protect our freedoms. They're going to miss their paychecks. But Chuck Schumer says getting better for them. For the brave men and women in uniform, one date looms large. It's October 15th. Normally October 15th is payday. This year, under the Schumer shutdown, with it getting better for Schumer every day, it's going to be a day paychecks don't arrive for every one of them. 9 days ago, October 1st, service members of the ranks got their last paycheck. And it's going to be their last paycheck until the game, the dangerous game, the political game that Schumer and the others are playing ends and government reopens. We could do it today with a vote. We're going to have an opportunity to do it. And it's wrong. It's just wrong to do this as a game because it's getting better for them every day, or so they think. This Friday, October 10th, tomorrow, Border Patrol agents and other federal workers will receive only half a paycheck. The Democrat leader says that's getting better for them. 72% of military families say their most pressing concerns is missing a paycheck. 500,000 military families relocate to new duty stations each year. For them, costs can be crushing. Moves cost by the families are average $8,000 out of pocket. Normally, this is reimbursed. May not be for a while. Chuck Schumer says getting better for them every day. Under the Schumer shutdown, military families are going to be forced to stretch out the budgets, dip into savings, take out loans. This adds to financial stress and strain. At Fort Hood in Texas, the local food bank is seeing a 34% spike in demand just since the shutdown began. Military families are lining up for food, diapers, baby formula. One employee there said the situation in Fort Worth had never happened ever. Maybe they're just stocking up because they know that for the Democrats, they think it's getting better every day. That's what they're aiming for. What in the heck are they thinking? Well, those people that have planned and organized all of this are thinking that, hey, we got a big rally coming to Washington, an No Kings rally, coming up the 18th, getting better for them every day. Let's just hurt the military more, the Border Patrol more, the women, infants, and children more. Hurt them because it's getting better for them every day. Not hurt. Who is the us? It's the left wing of the Democrat Party. It's not the American people. That's what we're focused on here. I want to focus about opening the government up for the American people. We have offered a clean, continuing resolution at current funding levels, at Biden funding levels, current levels, reopens the government, pays our service members. Mr. President, Republicans want to reopen the government. We have voted to not shut down the government. We want to make sure our troops don't miss the paycheck October 15th. Not the Democrats, because they think it's getting better for them. The date on their calendar is not the 15th, which is the date on the calendar of every military member. Their date is October 18th. That's the date when the most radical left-wing activists are going to descend upon Washington. They're coming to protest President Trump. And the Democrat leader and his leadership team is hoping that they will actually receive cheers from that group because it's getting better for them every day. That's what they say. This shutdown is all about politics. It's what it's all about. Been planned and orchestrated and organized for months. The Washington Post editorial said it best. The Democrats are playing a dangerous game. They are choosing politics over the paychecks of the American working men and women who protect our nation. And this weakness defines today's Democrat Party. They are radical, they are extreme, they are dangerous, they are scary, they are out of touch. But they think it's getting better for those people every day. They're holding our military hostage. Why? Because they want to impress the left-wing activists. It's indefensible. Service members now have to worry about putting food on the table so that the Democrats and Senator Schumer can try to satisfy the far-left liberal wing of the party, who will never be satisfied until this country is destroyed. That's what they want. It's no surprise that 55% of Americans say Democrats are shutting down the government just to please their radical base. The Senate can reopen the government today, but we need a handful of Democrats to join us. Democrats voted 13 times for a clean continuing resolution under Joe Biden. They know that the Schumer shutdown, it's reckless, it's radical, and it is wrong. The Democrats don't seem to care because, according to Chuck Schumer, every day gets better for us. And as a result, the Democrats are threatening America's safety, our security, and our prosperity. The American people don't want the government closed. Chuck Schumer does, because every day gets better for him. 2 in 3 Americans demand Democrats accept the continuing resolution at current funding levels. It's the right thing to do. It's fair. It's reasonable. It's time Democrats listen to them. Time to open the government so the troops can get paid. That's what this is all about, Mr. President. A political game being played by the radical left. And they believe it's getting better for them each day. And Chuck Schumer, this wasn't some offhanded comment. This is exactly what he said yesterday in a sit-down interview with the press in his office. These were planned words and orchestrated to appeal to the people that he's trying to appeal to them, who are not the average American who just wants to go to work, just wants to get paid a fair wage for a fair full day's work and defend the country. So I know who the us is when he says us. And it's not the American people, it's not the hardworking people of your state or my state who want to get up, go to work, get the kids to school, put food on the table, and live in this greatest country of all times. And that's what we're dealing with, and that's why I came to the floor this morning, Mr. President. Because when I heard this comment by the minority leader, I could not let it stand, and the American people deserve better. Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today is day 14 of the Schumer shutdown, and Democrats continue to betray the American people. Let me read some of the headlines I've seen over the last several days. The Military Times writes, military families seek out food assistance during shutdown anxiety. An Axios headline warns that there could be insufficient funds for food stamps. A local New York TV station reports, quote, government shutdowns threatens food access for Long Island's most vulnerable. And the Wall Street Journal reads, thin air traffic staffing spurs delays at U.S. airports. Anxiety, concerns about food, concerns about our airports. These are real-life impacts, Mr. President, of the Schumer shutdown. And the pain is getting worse each and every day. And what does Senator Schumer do? He treats it as a game. A game, Mr. President. Lives are in the balance. He treats it as a game. He bragged about shutting down the government. Bragged about it. It was carefully planned. And in a carefully planned interview with Punchbowl News, he gloated. He said, every day gets better for us. That's what Schumer said. Every day gets better for us. Who is the us? Certainly not the American people. The Washington Post pointed out this is a dangerous political game because, Mr. President, it really matters to the American people, even though it may be just a game being played by the Democrats in this body. You take a look at this and say, whose lives are getting better every day? Certainly not the lives of the men and women in uniform who are worried about their paychecks. They're the ones that protect our country. It's not our Border Patrol agents. Oh, no, it's not getting better for them each and every day, Mr. President. They're busy keeping out illegal immigrants. It's not the air traffic controllers who keep our skies safe. No, it's not getting better for them each and every day. It's not the military families who are lining up at food banks. Oh, no, it's not getting better for them every day, Mr. President. So I ask again, when Chuck Schumer tells the press, every day it's getting better for us, whose lives are getting better by what he is doing and the Democrats are doing to the American people? Whose lives are getting better every day because of the Schumer shutdown? It's not the American people. Mr. President, it's fascinating. You know, we go home on weekends, we talk to people at home. They're concerned about what's happening to their lives during the time of a government shutdown. They're not worried, but are concerned about what they see happening here in Washington, where they see the Democrats beholden to the far left, radical, extreme, dangerous, scary wing of the party. Because that's what's happening here in this body. You look across the aisle, we see an entire group of Democrats being held hostage. Who is this group? Well, it's the Marxist, anti-ICE, anti-America wing of the Democrat Party that are controlling the party. The us, the minority leader is talking about are them. That's who he's talking about. They're running the Democrat Party right now. And in the process, they're running our country into the ground. In the same interview that Senator Schumer gave last week to Punchbowl News when he said it's getting better for them, every day it's getting better for them, he also said, and admitted, he said, we thought about this long in advance. The far left wing of the party, long in advance, planned for this shutdown. And they did it with Chuck Schumer in his office. They organized a war room. They orchestrated this shutdown that brought all of this pain on the American people. The minority leader handed the reins to that far left wing, and now they're the ones riding the stagecoach. And they're driving the stagecoach over the cliff. And it's a mistake, and it's an error, and it's hurting the American people, and they don't seem to care because they're treating it as a game, even though it's a dangerous game, as the Washington Post points out. So what does all this mean in this big political game? Well, there's one person who's really trying to save their own hide, and we know that that's the minority leader, especially as we get closer to this radical rally that's scheduled in Washington on October 18th. Democrats don't want to disappoint the radicals who are descending upon this city next weekend. This is the far-left activist group. It's called Indivisible. You may have heard of it, Mr. President. This is what one of the organizers of the radical rally had to say. He said the head of the group clearly exposed their threat to the minority leader. He said millions will be out there cheering on, or they'll be calling for new leadership. And they're controlling the party. They're calling the tune, and we see the Democrats dance, not for the American people, but for the far left wing of their party. And they're holding the reins. They're telling the minority leader, you keep this shutdown going, or you pack up your office and leave. They don't seem to care that the American people are suffering. Not one bit. What we see is a minority leader playing politics and choosing politics as a game over doing what's right for the American people. And the Democrats are playing a dangerous game, and it's hurting all of us. And why are they playing the game? Because one of them is trying to use it for political gain. We can end this shutdown today. We're going to have a vote here this afternoon, Mr. President, an opportunity to end the shutdown, end the pain, end the suffering, end the anxiety that American people are feeling. When I say American people, I'm talking about American citizens who are all around the world defending us, keeping us free. All we're asking is for a vote on a clean, continuing resolution. The Democrats did it 13 times when Joe Biden was in the White House. They're not willing to do it now because they have an organized, orchestrated plan to shut down the government, keep it shut down. Now, some Democrats have voted with us. We've had a bipartisan group, 53 votes that we've had. We need 5 more Democrats. I don't expect the minority leader to ever join that group to open the government, ever, no matter how obvious it is, how necessary it is, how much pain he is causing. But that's what we have and we're facing today, and we have a chance just this afternoon, Mr. President, 5:30 this afternoon on a vote of this body to pick up and pass a bipartisan bill, continuing resolution that they've done 13 times in the House and the Senate when Joe Biden was president. And yet the Democrats in this body have been voting no time after time after time. We need a few more Democrats, a few who care about helping the American people and care more about helping the American people than they do about helping the minority leader. He has a political disaster on his hands. That's not a problem for all of us, but we're suffering the consequences of the toxicity of that position of the minority leader within his own party in his effort to try to find absolution at a time causing significant pain, grief for American people who are struggling to get by, facing a loss of paychecks, a loss of nutrition, a loss of care for their children, a loss of help for small businesses. You can go down the list. All of this could be resolved today with a simple vote for a continuing resolution to open the government once again. That's what we should do today, Mr. President. That's the right thing for this body and a right thing for our country. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come to the floor today as the Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer, leaves the floor because I saw some very interesting new polling this week about the Schumer shutdown of our government. It actually came, of all places, from CNN. Not exactly a Republican-friendly outlet. But let me share what the poll shows. Since the Schumer shutdown began, approval of Republicans in Congress is up 5%. By contrast, Democrats are now at their weakest and lowest position in 20 years. The American people are clearly paying attention to the damage being wrought on the American people by the Democrats. And the American people are sick and tired of the Democrats' dangerous political games. They resent being used by Democrats as pawns, as leverage. They resent being treated as pieces on a chessboard. Millions resent having their paychecks held back. Now it's been a full month, Mr. President. Americans know who's to blame for the Schumer shutdown. They heard the Democrats loud and clear. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, a Democrat from Rhode Island, just this Tuesday called the shutdown, he said, the only lever we have. People are suffering. To him, it's a lever. Senator Chris Coons of Delaware said almost the exact same thing last week to a national television audience. He said, quote, frankly, this is our only moment of leverage. He even admitted shutdowns are a, quote, as he said, an unpleasant tool. Then he voted for the 13th time yesterday to use the tool to keep the government closed. Well, food pantries in Senator Whitehouse's home state of Rhode Island are getting slammed. Democrats call that leverage. Families in Delaware are making, quote, backup plans, according to the news, just to get groceries. Democrats call that leverage. It's not leverage. It's picking pain for people for political purposes. It is a hunger to use it as a bargaining chip. Democrats refer it as unpleasantness. We're now 30 days into the Schumer shutdown. It's the longest full shutdown in the history of this country. For 30 days, Democrats have chosen leverage over lives. They've chosen politics over paychecks. And they would rather fight President Trump than feed American families. This weekend, 42 million Americans will lose food assistance. Say that again, 42 million Americans. It's 1 in 8. Twice as many Americans are on the failed Obamacare exchanges that the Minority Leader was just talking about, which Democrats are still trying to prop up, even though it has failed on its promises to control costs. And as a headline in the New York Times on Sunday said, Obamacare is pricey. Democrats are putting free health care for illegal immigrants ahead of American families, ahead of American seniors, ahead of American veterans, ahead of American soldiers, ahead of American workers. That's their priority, free health care for illegal immigrants. We have citizens in this country, real people in real pain, and they count on food assistance to put food on the table. Now these families are living in limbo, and their balance is about to hit zero. So what happens to them next week if the Democrats keep the government shut down as they voted 13 times to do so? And what about the week after that? Families will go hungry because Democrats keep playing this dangerous political game. Now, even some Democrats are calling on the Democrat Party to change course. Listen to the words of Senator Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada. She said, she was interviewed actually yesterday on CNN, and I'll quote, I don't think federal workers should be political pawns. She said, I don't think we should swap the pain of some Americans for others. I think we should be lifting all of them up and helping them. Senator Cortez Masto is one of the few reasonable Democrats who has been voting for a clean, continuing resolution to reopen the government. Here's the simple truth. Senate Republicans have voted 13 times on a clean, bipartisan, continuing resolution to reopen the government. That's 13 votes for funding food assistance, for paying the troops, for paying the federal workers, for paying TSA agents, for paying air traffic controllers, for paying Border Patrol, for paying Capitol Police, who are here and have been working for the last month without pay. Every single time, Senator Schumer and the radical Democrats have voted no, voted 13 times against funding food assistance, against paying for our troops, against paying federal workers, against paying TSA, against paying air traffic controllers, against paying Border Patrol, and against paying the Capitol Police. And Democrats stand here and claim President Trump can fund food assistance on his own. They know what they're asking him to do is against the law. Democrats are not, in the words of Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon, powerless to fund that program, $9 billion a month. Democrats had the power 13 times to end the shutdown. They voted no 13 times. The Democrats are the one that have the power. They're not powerless. They're unwilling to help American families. The Senate should be funding those programs today. We tried again yesterday. It failed. The clean, bipartisan, continuing resolution that's sitting right there on that desk right now could be passed if we get Democrats to vote for it. It funds SNAP, it pays our federal workers, it pays our troops, it pays TSA agents, it pays air traffic controllers, it pays Border Patrol agents, it pays Capitol Police. It reopens the government, which is what we ought to be doing. We need 5 more Democrats to say yes. The most ironic thing about this, the hypocrisy of it all, Mr. President, is that Democrats had no problem voting for a clean, bipartisan, continuing resolution 13 times when Joe Biden was president. What's changed? No, Donald Trump is in the White House, and they're not happy about that, and they're not happy about anybody that voted for him. So now they're more interested in what they describe as leverage than children going hungry in this country. It's no wonder Republicans' approval rating has gone up, as the CNN poll shows, and that Democrat polling has gone down during the Schumer shutdown to the lowest and weakest point in 20 years. Enough with the politics of pain, Mr. President. It's time to reopen the government, and it's time to feed these vulnerable families. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, today is November 7th, 2025. We are now 1 month and 7 days into the longest shutdown in the history of the American government. Democrats can stand here and claim they've broken the record. But for what? For leverage? For politics? Meanwhile, in every state of this union, the American people are getting hurt. They don't seem to care one bit. Soldiers are working without pay at Fort Bragg in Georgia. Where are the 2 Democrat senators from Georgia? A single mom in Michigan is struggling to put food on the table for her children. Where are the 2 Democrat senators from Michigan? Capitol Police officers and staff members on this very floor in this very building are struggling to pay their bills. Do the Democrat senators care about any of them? Government is still closed. They're not getting paid. Each and every one of these people are being hurt by the Schumer shutdown. Every one of them. And every day it gets worse for them. Yet Senator Schumer bragged to the press, bragged to them. He said every day gets better for us. I'm wondering who us is. Certainly not the American people. Certainly not the people whose flights were grounded today all across the country. You know, to keep our airlines and to keep our skies safe, the FAA directed airlines to reduce the number of flights. It's the right thing to do. This has impacted airports all across this country. That's the impact of what the Democrats are doing by keeping this government shut. The FAA administrator, someone with 35 years of experience in the field, he said, "We're in all new territory. Never seen anything like this before." And here's what really should terrify the American people. It's one Democrat staffer said Democrats won't open the government until planes fall out of the sky. Can you believe that, Mr. President? Let that sink in. Democrats are waiting for a disaster. And in the process, they're gambling with American lives. Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut, a Democrat with presidential ambitions, based on his scheduling and his speeches, he admitted it on the record. He said in an interview just yesterday with Punchbowl News, Senator Murphy said reopening the government would do, he said, substantial damage to the Democrats' brand. There you have it. Bad for the brand of functioning government. Democrat brand means more to them than 42 million hungry Americans. The Democrat brand means more to them than military families who aren't getting paid. The Democrat brand means more to them than safety in the skies. Let's call what it is, what we're seeing with the Democrat shutdown. It is cruel and it is heartless. Now, let's be fair. Even some Democrats now recognize that it is cruel and heartless. They're starting to turn on each other. One Democrat staffer admitted to the press that the far-left Democrats in their caucus have no plan to ever end the shutdown. None. Zero. They want to keep it going forever. The staffer even admitted the far-left Democrats are hurting people and they're doing it for political gain. This is the direct quote from the Democrat staff member, Senate staff. Families who can afford it least, he said, are getting walloped every day the shutdown continues. Mr. President, Democrats can and should end this shutdown today. Republicans have a clean, bipartisan continuing resolution at the desk to reopen the government. We want to pair this with 3 full-time appropriations bills. These are bills that have already passed the Senate with bipartisan support. They've been negotiated on a bipartisan basis with the House. Progress. We need to get it done. These bills would fully fund veterans care. They would fully fund our Capitol Police. They would fully fund food assistance in America, such as SNAP and the WIC programs. This is a very reasonable deal, a reasonable proposal, a deal that Democrats earlier this week asked Republicans to put onto the floor. And if it passes, the Schumer shutdown will end quickly. 13,000 air traffic controllers will get paid. 50,000 TSA agents would get paid. 1.3 million military members would be paid. Food assistance for 42 million Americans would be fully funded. Flights would get restored. Government would reopen. Some Senate Democrats have signaled they will still vote no. No. Evidently, they want the pain. They want the pressure. And as members of this body, as well as the Democrat whip, said to the press on television, she said, they want, quote, leverage to continue so they can score political points. Let me be clear about what a no vote means. A no vote is a vote to refuse to pay air traffic controllers who are working, refuse to pay TSA agents who have been working for the last 37 days, refuse to pay members of the military who continue to defend us and are serving us all around the world, refuse to pay Capitol Police officers who are here in this very building that the Democrat senators walk by each and every time they come into this chamber. A no vote is a vote to cut more flights and to cause more chaos for families hoping to travel over Thanksgiving. A no vote is a vote to deny food to 42 million hungry Americans. A no vote means Democrats continue to play their dangerous game of the politics of pain. There is no excuse, none, Mr. President, for voting no. Don't tell me I want leverage, which is what the Democrats have been saying. The American people are not leverage, they're not pawns. When Democrats treat American people as political pawns, the American people lose. And I don't want to hear them say, I stand on principle. What are the principles when you allow 42 million Americans to continue to go hungry? The American people are watching. They're watching to see who is fighting for them and who is simply using them as leverage. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor. Mr. President, yesterday, Chuck Schumer, Minority Leader of the United States Senate, came to the floor with his most recent ransom note. Of course, it wasn't serious. It's dead on arrival. Senator Schumer is demanding that the U.S. government send a check directly to the insurance companies of America for the tune of tens and tens and tens of billions of dollars, right from the government, mainlined into the bank accounts of the insurance companies of America. Chuck Schumer actually cuts the people, the American people, the taxpayers, out of the process. The people who are waiting for food, the people who are waiting for paychecks, the people who are protecting us, cuts them out completely. Nope, direct money, Chuck Schumer, U.S. government, into the bank accounts of the insurance companies of America. Think about it. Direct payment, U.S. government to insurance companies, American people having absolutely nothing to say about how that money is spent. That's what Chuck Schumer wants. No accountability. What he said is if the Republicans will not send that $30 billion to insurance companies, and it may be more than that, actually, if you do all the calculations, the Democrats are ready to just keep the government closed, no paychecks, no food stamps, no military getting paid, nothing. Mr. President, this is a true reflection of the failure of Obamacare. Since Obamacare was passed by Democrats, and not a single voter, not a single Republican voted for it in the House or the Senate, Democrats alone, the costs of health care in this country have skyrocketed. You know what, Mr. President? So have the stock prices of the insurance companies. The average Obamacare premium has gone up by 221% since Obamacare passed. Remember when President Obama said that Obamacare would actually bring down prices? He said premiums would decrease by $2,500 apiece. It was a direct lie to the American people, and I believe Barack Obama knew it. He didn't seem to care. He was going to do anything he can to get a bill passed that was named after him. The same time since Obamacare became law, the stock prices of U.S. insurance companies has gone way up. Some by 500%, some by 1,000%, because the money goes directly from the federal government into the insurance companies' pockets. And what the Senate Democrats and Chuck Schumer has held this country hostage now for well over a month, well over 5 weeks. What does he want to do? He wants to just send them more money for one more year. Let's just send them all the checks again for one more year. Republicans believe the taxpayer dollars should go directly to the people that are making their own decisions about health care for their families, not the insurance companies. Let the American people decide what works for them and their families. Remember, it were the Democrats who broke health care in this country. They broke it the very day that they passed Obamacare. And you know, Mr. President, recently the liberal New York Times stated the obvious. This was a headline Sunday a week and a half ago. Obamacare is pricey. Right there, headline, top of the page. Obamacare is pricey. Mr. President, I'm a doctor. I practiced medicine for 24 years in my home state of Wyoming. Chief of Staff of the Wyoming Medical Center in Casper, President of the State Medical Society. I'll tell you exactly what Obamacare is. It's a failure, it's broken, it's unaffordable. The American people know that. Now, Chuck Schumer and the Democrats want to spend and send another 30 or more billions of dollars to the insurance companies for the whole next year. This is a disgrace. It's not just a mistake, a disgrace. You know, Mr. President, there are Democrats that realize that Obamacare is a failure, failed to lower the cost of care, because just this week, on this very floor, Senator Peter Welch of Vermont admitted, quote, that Democrats did fail to bring down the cost of health care. You better believe they failed. We've been saying that for years. It's good to be here on the floor of the Senate with another physician who knows all of the same things. I know he's going to speak about this as well, Mr. President, because my question is, why are Senator Welch's Democrat colleagues holding our entire country hostage to double down on a program that they know is continuing to fail? It has failed and it continues to fail, and they want to send more money. Why are Senator Welch's Democrat colleagues holding the entire country hostage to double down on a law that has failed the nation with regard to our health care? From the start, Democrats started to realize it because they needed to paper over the terrible cost overruns that they saw with Obamacare, and they did it with juicy, permanent subsidies. When Joe Biden became president, Democrats said, oh, it's getting worse. We better put additional subsidies on top of the already juicy subsidies that were there, just to try to prop it up. They did it to further hide the failures of Obamacare. Well, the end of the Biden COVID bonus payments, as I like to refer to these new juicy subsidies, the add-on subsidies, only about 4% of next year's projected 20% premium spike comes from that. And what do we see? We see these new subsidies. They didn't lower premiums. They continued to try to hide the real cost of the premiums. They shift the costs. And who do they shift them to? They dump it on the taxpayers. And that's what Chuck Schumer is trying to do today. Dump it onto the taxpayers and sending more money directly to the insurance companies and keeping the American people out of the equation completely. Today, taxpayers are paying 93% of the cost of Obamacare premiums. This is a dramatic escalation from years before. And what did all of this extra spending by the Democrats buy? There's that much money floating around, Mr. President. The American people are left behind, don't have a right to look right at where it's happening. It brought waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption. Oh, yeah, there's been corruption. Last year, the American people filed over 200,000 complaints with the federal government because they were unknowingly signed up or switched into Obamacare plans. So how could that happen? 200,000 people either didn't know it or was switched. How does that happen? Because it happened without their consent. You look into those situations, these people had to find out about it and then complain to the government. So there are people that actually got switched, still haven't found out about it. Well, insurance agents and brokers get paid every time they enroll someone in Obamacare. They do. Get something for that. So we know that some are actually criminally manipulating the system. And that's where we believe those 200,000 complaints have come from. People who have been maneuvered and manipulated without their knowledge. But Senator Schumer continues to promote keeping the government closed until his buddies from the big insurance companies, whose stocks have soared now under Obamacare, get another $30 billion or more injected right into their bank accounts. That's what Chuck Schumer came to the floor yesterday and demanded. Government staying closed until you guys all send $30 billion directly to the insurance companies. We know what people across the country believe about insurance companies, Mr. President. Would the American people trust themselves to make these decisions or trust the insurance companies to protect them? Well, that's what Chuck Schumer wants to do, keep the American people out of it. And meanwhile, federal workers have missed paychecks for more than a month. Military families are worried about rent. Air traffic controllers are overworked. They're exhausted. Planes are being canceled. Flights are being canceled. People are concerned about Thanksgiving. Enough is enough. Let's be clear with what Republicans are offering. We're ready to reopen the government today, make sure everybody gets paid who's been working without pay for the last 5 or 6 weeks by passing a clean, continuing bipartisan resolution. That means funding the government at current levels, so we pay our military families, we pay federal workers, we fund food assistance to 42 million Americans. Now think about that. That's 42 million Americans. That's more than twice the number of people in this country that are on Obamacare. Yet Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are willing to deny food to hungry children who outnumber the people on Obamacare right now by 2 to 1. That's what we're dealing with here. And not just once have they denied it, 14 times the Democrats have voted to not pay the working people and continue to pay, to continue to vote to keep the government closed. Mr. President, I know Republicans welcome a real debate about the many failures of Obamacare, because we believe Americans deserve quality, affordable health care, and they haven't gotten that with Obamacare. Reforms are needed that actually lower costs, that protect the taxpayers. The American people deserve a full debate about the unaffordability of Obamacare. Senator Schumer's offer does nothing to address the cost of health care, does nothing to lower premiums, does nothing to reassure the American people. All it does is make insurance companies richer and taxpayers poorer, and that is why it's dead on arrival. Republicans welcome the debate about having taxpayer money go directly to the American people versus this cozy relationship that Chuck Schumer wants to have with the insurance company, moving money directly to them. Mr. President, it is time to reopen the government. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.